Good morning, everyone. Today's open meeting proceeds will be live streamed on the municipal YouTube channel for members of the public to view. Members of the public are also welcome to attend the meeting in person in the council chambers for the duration of the open session. If you are attending the meeting in person and require accommodations, please reach out to the deputy clerk at dclerk@madawaskavalley.ca or 613-756-2747 extension 212 for this request prior to 3 o'clock the day before the scheduled meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 10:03 and want everybody to know, please note that this public meeting under Section 34 of the Planning Act, one of the purposes of the Planning Act is to provide for planning processes that are open, accessible, timely, and efficient. Accordingly, all written submission, documents, correspondence, emails, or other communication, including your name and address, form part of the public record and will be disclosed and made available by the municipality to such persons as the municipality sees fit, including anyone regarding such information. Accordingly, in providing such information, you shall be deemed to have consented to its use and disclosure as part of the planning process. Now I'm going to read the First Nations land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continuous displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Now, is there any declaration of community interest at the table? None. Seeing none, I'll continue. So the purpose and effect of the zoning bylaw amendment, properly known as Concession 14, Part Lot 23 and 24 in the geographic Township of Sherwood, Township of Madawaska Valley, as shown on the key map. The effect of the amendment is to rezone the subject land as follows. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment is to rezone the subject land from rural zoning to rural with exception, to restrict and use 3 severed parcels to a hunting and fishing camp as defined in Section 2.115 of Zoning Bylaw 2006-26 as amended. Do we have Janine, our junior planner, on Zoom right now? And if we do, hello, Janine. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
Listen, can you give us a rundown on this zoning bylaw?
Absolutely, yeah. So through the chair, the purpose of this public meeting is to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment, as mentioned, which is submitted by Broadley Law on behalf of the Cebulski family, who are the registered owners of the property located in lots 23 and 24, concession 14, Geographic Township of Sherwood in the Township of Madawaska Valley. The subject property is a vacant rural parcel of land fronting partially on Kudrowski Road, approximately half a kilometer west of Paw Lake. So the property is currently zoned rural under the Township of Madawaska Valley zoning bylaw 2006-26 and is designated rural in the County of Renfrew official plan. The lands were subject to 3 applications for consent, being B10524, B10624, and B10724. And the application for zoning bylaw amendment has been submitted to fulfill the conditions included in the provisional consent approval to restrict the use of the 3 severed parcels to a hunting and fishing camp. So the purpose of the consent applications were to create 3 new bush or hunt camp lots that are each 20 hectares in area. The severed lots are to be accessed by the unopened road allowance and therefore do not have frontage on a township road. The retained parcel is also to be approximately 20 hectares in area and will have approximately 50 meters of road frontage along Kudrowski Road. And according to the information submitted, a future dwelling is also proposed on the retained lands. So as mentioned, given that the severed lots would not have road frontage on a township road, the rezoning would have the effect of restricting development on the severed parcel, except for the use of a hunting and fishing camp. Rezoning of the retained parcel is not required, given that there is sufficient municipal road frontage available on Kudrowski Road. I will also mention to council that before the construction of any future hunting or fishing camps, the applicant is required to enter into an agreement with the township to permit access to the severed lots over the unopened road allowance. So this is an additional condition of consent that will be required before the consents are granted. As discussed in our report, we have reviewed this application against the policies of the 2024 Provincial Planning Statement and the County of Renfrew Official Plan, and have determined this request to be in conformity with both documents. The amendment is also considered to be consistent with the directions set out in the Township zoning bylaw. So in conclusion, staff find the request to rezone the subject lands from rural to rural exception to restrict the use of 3 severed parcels to a hunting and fishing camp to conform with both local and provincial planning documents, and recommend that council direct staff to bring forward a bylaw to the August 19th, 2025 regular meeting of council for approval. That is my report. Happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so the recommendation that council receives this report for zoning bylaw amendment ZA-2025-03 as information, and that council directs staff to bring forward a final bylaw to the August 19th, 2025 regular meeting of council for approval, just like Janine just said. It's a duplication here. Janine, I'm going to have to ask you, is there any agencies and public comments?
Through the chair, so I have not received any comments from either agencies or the public, and we did issue notice of the application in accordance with the Planning Act on July 14th, 2025.
Okay, any oral or written presentation by those in attendance? I don't see any. Any questions and discussions by council? Any councillor have any comments on this? Seeing none. Councillor Micah?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it. I just want to make sure that the applicants know that accessing the future lots through and the road allowance, that they understand that is an unmaintained road allowance by the township. Because we've actually quite recently had a similar situation where there's been some trees down, etc., and the calls are coming in here for public works staff to, fix up, maintain, or otherwise. So just so that the applicants are fully aware that if trees come down or a washout, any kind of thing at all would hinder the access, that would be, the onus would be on them to move what they need to move or do what they need to do to be able to get in there with a 4-wheeler or whatever they're planning on getting in there with, just so that there's clarity from the beginning.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, we'll continue here. So a bylaw for council review and approval will be brought to an upcoming council meeting. Now, Madam CEO, if you could read the notification at the public meeting.
Thank you through the chair. Council is also required by section 34:14.5 to inform the public at the public meeting of who is entitled to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal under section 34:11 and section 34:19 as follows. Section 34:11, if council decides to refuse an application or refuses or neglects to make a decision on an application within 90 days of the municipal clerk receiving the application, the applicant or the Minister of Municipal Affairs may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. Under section 34:19, not later than 20 days after the giving of notice of the passing of the bylaw, the applicant, any person or public body who made oral submissions at the public meeting or made a written submission to council before the bylaw was passed, or the Minister of Municipal Affairs may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality.
Thank you, Madam CEO. The meeting is now adjourned at 10:10. And do I need a mover and seconder to close
you
this?
do not.
No. Well, then it's closed. I want to welcome everybody today at this committee and council meeting. Today's open meeting proceedings will be live streamed on the municipal YouTube channel for members of the public to view. Members of the public are also welcome to attend the meetings in person and in the council chambers for the duration of the open session. If you are attending the meeting in person and require accommodations, please reach out to the deputy clerk at dclerk@madawaskavalley.ca or call 613-756-2747 extension 212 for this request prior to 3 p.m. the day before the scheduled meeting. I want to call the meeting to order at 10:31. At this time, I would like to remind committee members and members of the public in attendance that all committee and council meetings are recorded. Please note that these recordings may capture comments made during the meeting or in breaks or recesses. Recordings will be available to the public on the municipal YouTube channel for members to view. The public may also attend the open session of this meeting in person in the municipal council chamber. Please mute all electronic devices during this meeting. Thank you. Now I would like to read the First Nations land acknowledgement. As we gather today, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for the many and continued display of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Now, the adoption of the agenda, I don't think there's any changes, so I would like a mover that the council and committee agenda for August 6, 2025 be approved as presented. Mover, Councillor Blank, and Councillor Poplinski seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Now, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest at the table? Seeing none, we'll continue. Now we're going to be going under the delegation and presentation, and we are lucky to have three people here that are going to let us know about a situation about beavers and so on. So in the delegation, if I got this correct, it's Karen Candeline.
Correct.
And then there's Diane West. Yes. And then there's Rory Schneider McGrath. Okay, under their procedure bylaw, of course, you probably know 15 minutes. You break a minute here and there, we probably won't say any, but between the 3 years, you have 50 minutes, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mayor and Council members. My name is Karen Candeline. My neighbors and I have come here today to ask the Township of Madawaska Valley to adopt a policy respecting the management of nuisance beavers and beaver dams and enact a bylaw to appropriately address property damage concerns when they're posing a threat to public and/or private property and safety. On the evening of Saturday, May 3rd, 2025, a beaver dam or dams let go on private property located in the direction of Muskrat Lake Road, which caused a flash flood in the area. The breach of the dams created a tsunami of water that rushing downhill with such a force that it blew over Cumbermere Road, washing away the shoulders of the road in its path, and caused substantial damage to both public and private property. It carried mud and debris and covered and washed away our entire driveway and deposited a substantial amount of sand, mud, gravel, stones, asphalt, and other debris in our yard and in our neighbors' yards. The force continued down all sides of our properties until it eventually hit the lake frontage, where it caused extensive destruction, washing out a substantial portion of the beachfront of designated sensitive Lake Kaministkeg. This is the second occurrence in 2 years. A breach in 2023 caused considerable damage to our property, considerable damage to both our neighbor's property, the lake, and County Road 62. This second occurrence in 2025 was worse. When a beaver dam is located on private lands, is creating a nuisance and damage, the township should have appropriate mechanisms in place to take action and be able to deal with it. No person should be allowed to permit a beaver dam or other obstruction on their property that creates a flood risk or threatens the health and safety of the general public or causes damage to municipal or private property. Townships have broad powers to pass bylaws for the health, safety, and well-being of the municipality. Private landowners have the right to peaceful enjoyment and protection of their property. As taxpayers, we should be able to expect that we can reside on our property without risk to our own health and safety, and that our property should be protected from nuisance and damage in the township that we reside in. We should not be expected to have to take matters into our own hands to protect ourselves and our property from continuous damage through no fault of our own. A yearly flood risk has been created in the vicinity of Muskrat Lake, as evidenced by the two breaches in 2023 and 2025. The Township of Madawaska Valley was notified in writing about both incidents. The damage caused to private property as well as County Road 62 has been significant. Please see Exhibit Letter to the County of Renfrew and Township of Madawaska Valley dated April 25, 2023, pages 5 and 6. Also, Exhibit Letter to the Township of Madawaska Valley and the County of Renfrew dated May 20, 2025 on pages 7 and 8. In its letter dated May 26, 2025, referenced Beaver Dam on private lands, the County of Renfrew expressed its clear concern that there's a significant risk that further flooding could compromise the integrity of the roadway and pose a danger to the traveling public. See Exhibit Letter from the County of Renfrew dated May 26, 2025 on page 9. In its same letter, the County of Renfrew asks that the property owners remove the dam and manage their property to prevent recurrence, but there's nothing that the county can do if their request is ignored. For this reason, by email dated May 27, 2025, the County of Renfrew pointed out to the Township of Madawaska Valley that addressing this kind of situation requires action through municipal bylaw. See Exhibit Email from Lee Perkins, Director of Public Works, dated May 27, 2025, copy to the Township of Madawaska Valley, CAO on page 10. Municipalities can and should enact bylaws to address beaver dams and the potential for flooding on private or property damage. These bylaws should outline procedures for dealing with beaver dams on both private and public land. For example, a bylaw might require landowners to remove or alter beaver dams to prevent flooding of adjacent properties, including municipal infrastructure. The Municipal Act gives authority to the municipality to enforce its bylaws, including the issuance of enforcement orders, rights of entry, rights of remedial action, and the right to recover its costs. For these reasons, the Township of Madawaska Valley is uniquely and best suited to deal with this issue. Similar to many other Ontario provincial townships and counties, we therefore ask that the Township of Madawaska Valley adopt a policy respecting the management of nuisance beavers and beaver dams and enact a bylaw to appropriately address property damage concerns that pose a threat to public and or private property and safety. If left unactioned, it's only a matter of time before a more serious incident, accident, hazard, or even death occurs. When private property owners choose not to be responsible and monitor water levels or control the beaver population on their lands, there's no recourse available to anyone living downstream from them in the absence of a municipal bylaw. In the past 2 years, we spent over $35,000 fixing the damage to our own property through no fault of our own. The Director of Public Works for the County of Renfrew visited us and has seen firsthand the damage that's being caused. As he pointed out, addressing this situation requires action through a municipal bylaw. We simply want the damage to stop. I thank the council members and mayor for your time today to consider our request and turn your attention to my neighbor Diana West.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, for meeting with us today, and thank you, Karen, for all your hard work. As our previous communications have already explained, we've been devastated twice since our move to beautiful Barry's Bay by Beaver Dam breaches. This is due to the purposeful negligence of our neighboring landowners. We have tried every avenue, that we could possibly think of to find some kind of solution to this very expensive issue that affects us. It is obvious that we need legal intervention in order to prevent the flooding of our properties again and again. As pointed out to us by Renfrew County, this intervention can only come from our township level. As taxpayers, we urge you to develop bylaws that will protect us from continuing to pay for our neighbors' negligence. As it stands now, because the beaver ponds are on private property, neither the Ministry of Natural Resources or Renfrew County have the power to enter private lands. And we can't monitor the situation ourselves in order to prepare for the next onslaught. We purchased our property with the intention of living out our retirement here in 2013, not knowing that there would be potential hazards and thinking we could work to enhance the beauty of our community. Instead, we are throwing our retirement savings into making our home and waterfront merely a safe place to be. This issue is not just about our personal financial losses, but it includes the danger to travelers on the highway in front of our properties as well. And I can assure you that if any children or non-swimmers had been walking on the beach at the time the flood was occurring over our properties, creating waist-deep gullies, we would have been they would have been dragging the lake for these victims. After the washouts, the beachfront was reduced to quicksand and was no longer usable until we made the repairs. We had to wait from May 3rd to July 17th to start the work because we worked in accordance with the Ministry of Natural Resources so that it would be done properly, legally, and without any disruption to our environment. Our granddaughter's dream was to have her wedding here this fall, and that had to be canceled because our funds went into repairing the damages caused by the breach. After sending 2 letters, I did have one phone conversation with one of the beaver pond owners. I offered a couple of reasonable solutions, hoping they would take action to prevent further floods. It is in their responsibility to do so, after all. There are several ways to prevent these breaches, but unless the floods hurt them personally, it's obvious that they don't care about their neighbors or the damage they cause to public property. I have heard nothing back from them. Should we stay in Barry's Bay, worrying about what might happen in the near future? Will the devaluing of our property make it impossible for us to sell? Will another summer be lost to repairs? What if someone is seriously injured or killed? Hopefully, with proper bylaws in place, we will have some peace of mind, and the township will have recourse should the landowners continue to waste our taxes and the community's resources repairing county roads and providing emergency services. Thank you very much. Roy?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm here to respectfully request the Council consider implementing a bylaw to manage nuisance beaver activity before more damage occurs. My name is Roy Snyder McGrath. I own the property at 42153C Cumbermere Road, which has been in the McGrath family since the early 1970s. The property across Highway 62 on Muskrat Lake, which is where the beaver dam in question is located, was owned by our family from the late 1980s until the mid-2000s. During this period of ownership, Due to my family's sense of responsibility and being respectful, good neighbors, the dam was not an issue as we ensured it was monitored and managed by a local man. This action allowed home and cottage owners in the vicinity of Muskrat Lake to continue enjoying their property worry-free, and for the municipality to not have concerns about damage to infrastructure or injury to people. In 2006, when our family sold the property, which included Muskrat Lake, my dad, Colin, and brother Brendan spoke with the new owner about the dam having broken in the late 1980s and explained the potential of the dam breaking again if not managed. The owner did not respect their advice and did not retain the help of the local man to manage the dam. In 2011, the dam broke and caused damage to Highway 62 as well as private property. On our property, 200 feet of our driveway was washed out with crevices up to 2 feet deep. The beach had to be leveled and cleaned up, and there were 8 healthy trees along the creek, all about 80 years old, which had to be taken down. In the file from 2011, we noted efforts to figure out who to speak to and how to get action and support. In bold, we had written, "How do we proceed?" Back then, as now, there's no clear mechanism through which to communicate the issues and seek action. The ownership changed in 2011, and again, no action was taken by the new owners to deal with the dam. That brings us to 2023, then 2025, 2 times when the dam broke and caused significant damage to public property as well to our private property and that of our neighbors. Unique to our property is the impact to the creek which runs along the north side of the property to the lake. The creek is eroding with each event, and we have had to remove many trees which pose a real safety threat. In addition, large trees and logs have been forced down the creek, some located in unreachable places which hamper the natural flow of the water and create mini dams. The response of at least one owner of the dam has been that the beavers should not be trapped but allowed to live peacefully. We are wondering if the owners have been made aware of non-lethal solutions such as the beaver deceiver. There's a picture of that they could see. Thank you. In conclusion, we agree with and support the request by our neighbors, as stated by Karen Candline, that this council adopt a policy respecting the management of nuisance beavers and beaver dams, and enact a bylaw to address property damage concerns which pose a threat to public and or private safety, including the authority to issue enforcement orders, rights of entry, and rights of remedial action to cover costs. Thank you for your time. We urge council to act now to prevent further risk and protect both people and property.
And to finalize, we have a couple of pictures showing the latest damage to our properties incurring in May of 2025 at the breach of the Beaver Dam. So this is some beachfront property. You'll see damage to the roads occurring. This is driveway property, all of the beachfront of Kameniskeg Lake, and myself and my neighbor's property. And this isn't flooding from the lake. This is flooding across the road, occurring miles away from us, not even on the lakefront side. And the flow of water continued for over 5 hours on the last time in this past May.
Okay, your presentation is finished.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for a great presentation. Thank you for presenting your concerns and so on. We are going to be discussing this here under operation, under the chair of Councillor Micah, under 8.1.3. And there will be a staff report coming in through the committee. So if you want to stay to hear the discussion, then you may do so. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, now what we have is we do have some minutes of local boards and joint committees. On page 35, you have Barry's Bay Recreation Committee minutes of June 2025. And now these minutes have been, looks like they've been passed. And then, of course, on page 37 to 40, the Barry's Bay Recreation Committee minutes in April 2025. Do we need a motion to accept them or approve them?
Just accept them as information.
Okay, so then we don't need any. So anyway, I'm sure everybody has read them over and stuff like that. For myself, I don't see any problem. So any debate? Okay, thank you very much. Then we will continue. Now, what we've got now is the council and committee portion of the agenda, and operations, roads, and waste management. And I'm going to hand over the gavel to Councillor Micah, who is the chair of that committee.
Thank you, Mary. Hi, Mike. So we are at item 8.1, municipal reports. Item 8.1.1, Public Works Update, and Mike Phillips, if you would like to review your report.
Absolutely, through the chair, and good morning, everyone. I will take off the operations report. I'm going to go through it a little bit quicker than usual today, just because we have some other reports that I'll be going through them all myself. So just some updates on some of our tenders. Tender from Hopefield Road was awarded, and the construction is in progress. The Peter Street Culvert project was completed. Tender for surface treatment was awarded, and the asphalt padding section has been completed. So they'll just be waiting a little bit of time to let that asphalt cement dry before they put the surface treatment over top. But that project's well in on its way, and then the crushed gravel and the winter stand are oncoming still, hopefully starting any time now. Tow behind Beaver was completed, half-ton trucks to be delivered in August, and the tender, connecting link tender, I'll have a separate report on that coming up. Continuing down through water, wastewater, a couple of small issues. The fire hydrant at 65 Arena Road was replaced. It was bad shape, leaking, and then also there was a sewer blockage at 28 Bay Street on July 17th. I had to bring in a hydrovac truck and do some single lane traffic shutdown to get that opened back up. Barry's Bay waste site and transfer stations. No big update. Still seeing lots high volumes of C&D, and the new Bark Lake Mall is up and running. So I think most have seen that. Yeah, it seems to be functioning well. Lots well received. Lots of good feedback from that. Dangerous trees and brushing. I'm sure if everyone knows, we had a large scale windstorm in Cumber on July 24th. Many areas affected: Lower Craigmont, Perrier Road, Riverside Drive, Upper Rosenthal Road. We had crews out that evening, had to get everything opened up. We had it all open that evening, and then the cleanup efforts will be ongoing for the next probably a couple months, as it's a huge undertaking there, but everything is open and all the dangerous stuff has been taken care of. So it's just the cleanup effort that's going to be ongoing. And of course, the Yard 2 brush depot is receiving huge amounts of brush coming in from that storm. So we'll have maybe a topic of conversation at some point to make a game plan for that with the fire department. Filtering, everything else ongoing. Sweeping is completed. Roadside mowing is ongoing. Sidewalk repairs were completed. We've gone in with the County of Renfrew for a sidewalk project that's going to be taking effect here in the next month or two. It's their tender and their project, but we will be on board for the portion of the sidewalk, as it's a barrier-style curb and sidewalk that needs to be repaired, so it's one piece. So it's impossible to do the one without doing the other, which is a good thing because those sections are in really bad shape, the sidewalk anyway. So that's going to be oncoming, but that will be a county project. Parking lot painting, it's ongoing due to the major storms. Things have been backed up a little bit, but it's whenever we get a free moment, those things are being done, and any extra repairs that need to be repainted for safety, we have been taking precedence and getting those done. Little update from the parks. There was a issue with the Zamboni room drain. They're having ongoing issues. We were able to dig it up and found that the pipe that drains the thing was blocked at the end, so it's been dug up and ready for repair. So we'll try to get that repaired in August before the ice comes in. Signs, ongoing issues, of course. We had 28 stop signs vandalized and need to be replaced in July. Signs do need to be replaced. I know there was a lot of discussion, but when they're painted, it's because it's reflectivity, and you can't get it off. You try scraping it off, you ruin the reflectivity. You try chemicals to get it off, it's ruined. So they do need to be replaced. I think that's about it. So if there's any questions from council, I'll take them.
Any questions from council? I have a few things, Mike, but we'll do council first. Councillor Blank.
Thank you to the chair. Just regarding Peter Street culvert, it is a dangerous area. Will there be guard posts put up?
No, they've kept the slopes to allow so that there's no need for guardrail in that area. So unless it's not part of the contract and it's not required for the thing, but it can be obviously put in if that's a.
Okay, because I've had a few people ask about it, and I said I would find out for sure, but
Yep.
I didn't know if it was part of the thing.
Wasn't
Because
part of
it
the
is
contract.
pretty well open there, and, well, we'll see once there's a lot of more traffic, once school starts and the buses and children, and that's my concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, thank you. Mike, I have a question regarding the damage to the signs. Yeah, you mentioned here that you had 28 stop signs vandalized, and of course, just sort of give us some sort of idea of what's happening. Are we, this could be a very dangerous situation for people, you know?
Yes, for
Stop
sure.
signs missing could end up in a result of a death or people badly injured. And so I'm just wondering, are we looking at, is this centered in one area? Is it something that we can, and I'm sure you're doing something about it, and it's just, you know, do we use cameras at all in some of these places where maybe it's happening in more than one occasion? Maybe you could give us some insight into what your plans are.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so all the damage seems to be localized in the Barry's Bay area. What's happening is they're coming along with spray paint and some sort of a stencil and painting on them. We have been in with the bylaw, and he is sent obviously to the OPP to help. And then I think they would even had looked out to see if anyone had any doorbell cameras or something to see. I don't know what their investigation has come up with, but yeah, it is a big issue for us. Absolutely, it takes a lot of resources and money to replace those signs. Obviously, not as safe if they're not reflective when they have the paint on them. You know, they're not taking them off, which is a good thing. But you know, they're still if it's nighttime, you don't get the reflectivity, so you might not be able to see them as well. But at this point, it's just in the hands with OPP and them for them to do it.
Thank you, Mike, and I'm glad to hear that you're doing something, and perhaps we could follow up next with a report. I'd like to see, you know, that we're making some headways, because this is not just, we just can't sit on it. It's a real danger problem, so thank you.
Councillor Blank.
Just to add to that too, this is the second year in a row that it was done almost to the date. And it was the same area, same signs, and probably the same people. But hopefully, because the police are involved now, it will stop, because it is a very dangerous situation. And just so you know that this is the second time by the same people. Thank you.
Anybody else? No? Okay, so I'll, just a few things, Mike. We'll go back to the beginning of the report then. Regarding the Bark Lake C&D. I've heard it actually from other people as well, so I wasn't surprised to see this on this report, that it's significant for the construction and demolition. And I'm curious, because if we go to page 180 in the agenda further into this meeting, we have statistics from the building department. Andy, you're here in the room as well. And we do track our demolitions and our demolition permits being issued. And what I'm seeing on the report is, to date, we've only issued 2 demolition permits in this township. So my question is where is all this C&D coming from? Is it from property owners here in our town? Do we have a method to, like, we cannot be taking other municipalities' stuff basically into our waste site. So I don't know if we have a system in place, and these things evolve over time. We didn't, as we move forward and there's more building and construction happening, so maybe we don't have a system in place. But I think if we do, great, we need to enforce it, but if we don't, we have to start looking at a system in place here, where possibly if a contractor is coming in with stuff, they have to have a copy of that homeowner's demolition permit. And, the volumes are tracked because our building department issues those permits. So the building department knows exactly what is being torn down, square footage wise, what it is. And I think we're going to have to start looking at that, because we just absolutely cannot be taking in other residences' garbage or anything into our waste sites. So I don't know the answer to that. So maybe you could explain.
Yeah, for sure, through the chair. Yeah, it's definitely large amounts of coming in. It does seem to be, just from my own observations being at the site there's a lot of smaller, stuff. Doesn't seem to be large scale. I don't see large scale demolition stuff. It's a lot of, just pallets and then stuff. So I don't know where it's all coming from. The waste site attendant does have the ability to ask absolutely where it's coming from, and he does. It's been there a while. He does recognize most people, but if there's somebody that isn't coming in that he doesn't recognize, he does ask, make sure to where it's coming from, that it is in our municipality. And there's, there is signage posted there. We're only accepting from our municipality. As far as, a larger scale effort to make sure, I don't have anything on top of my head, but this is a conversation I could have with the operations manager and come back with something.
We're not going to have a sulution to the problem today, but I think it's
good conversation
becoming
start.
more and more, and I think we're not going to fix it in the next 2 months, but I think it's certainly pertinent. So conversations between operations, between the building department, and between the waste site attendants. We need to figure out a system. I know other municipalities, and I know in the past it's been discussed here about issuing resident cards, and there's pros and cons to that. There, for all various different reasons, we haven't done it, but we know the challenge with our waste site, and we know our capacity is being used, and so we have to start looking at that. We're not a central government here. It's our taxpayers that are footing the bill, and it's only going to be our taxpayer stuff that comes in here. So I don't know, just food for thought. And over the course of the next, time coming, I think we need to figure out something to kind of manage that a little bit better. Anyway, so that's just food for thought. Now, more on debris. So Yard 2 in Cumbermere, the brush pile. I know I've talked with you and Hillary about this a couple of times in the last couple of months. And now on top of what has happened, it was already a problem. I don't know what we're going to do here, because that is out of control. It's too big. I think you and Hillary and Corey, Fire Department, need to have a look at that. I think we need to, I don't see how we can accept more than what's there right now. It's one pile. If the piles were separated and you could do 2 separate burns, I don't know what we're gonna do. And that brush pile was intended only for limbs, not logs. That was made clear, like when we did this in the beginning. I mean, I've seen it. There's logs like that in there, and a lot of them. So we have to get that under control. I don't know if we shut it down and say that's it, we're at capacity. I don't know. This brush pile developed, the history of this brush pile developed. There was an ice storm. I don't even know how many years ago now, 8 years ago? I don't know. And it was a dry spring. And so the council of the day thought, you know what, why not open that up when cottagers come, as opposed to, because of the spring was so dry, there was fear that, there could be, some forest fire issues if people burning at their properties was going to get out of hand, because there was a lot of limbs down. And it's evolved since then. And I think we're seeing in the last couple, and it's good. Like, I mean, that's great. If people want to bring their stuff there, that's good. And it does mitigate risk for large brush pile burning. But I think we need to start looking at this again and figuring out, a solution to this. It gets to a certain point, that's it. It's closed. Possibly, is there an early spring burn while it's still before the fire season changes, so we do 2 burns a year. I don't know, but I think we have to look right now at what's happening there and how much more is going to go to that site, because it's becoming a mountain. So I don't know. I'll leave that in your hands. Sue, I don't know, do you want to, maybe next Monday's staff meeting, have a good conversation on this and figure out a solution, because I'm not sure. I mean, at this point, we're gonna have to haul in log trucks with cherry pickers and start separating the pile, because I just don't see how we're gonna burn that in one burning. Or we'll have to have fire trucks there for around the clock for at least the first 24 hours until it gets down. So anyway, I'll leave that there, but we can't just keep on rolling and then light it on fire in November. Regarding washouts and flooding, I don't know this week, I haven't been there, but we do need to address the issues on Perrier Road. There's a culvert that's blocked with mud that needs to be filled out, and we need to do some remediation. It's been about 2 months now, so I've got quite a few people complaining. It's got to get fixed. And then on the signs, we all talked about the signs. I was just curious, because I think it's important for the public to know, how much does it cost to replace 28 stop signs? Off the top of your head, if you remember.
I'll just give you a pretty solid but a rough number. I think it's around $2,500.
Okay, so in the course of 2 years now, we've spent $5,000 replacing stop signs, because somebody thought, you know what, it might be funny to make a political statement, and people laugh at it, but that's the reality of your political statement. So whoever wants to bash Trudeau, great, go ahead, but you know what, why don't they make their own signs and put them all over the side of the road and quit spraying our stop signs? And I know there's a lot of discussion in the public as to why do we need to constantly replace them, because there's legislation that states that stop signs and certain signage have to have a certain reflective quality, and in fact they are tested. There is a machine that goes around and actually tests the reflective quality, and it's mandatory under legislation. Those aren't rules that we're making, it's rules that we have to follow. So, by all means, make whatever political statements you'd like, but please use your own signage, because that $5,000 over the last 2 years could have been very much better used in other places, like fixing the sidewalks in Barry's Bay. Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Poplinski.
Yes, one more thing, if I can just ask you, Mike. Now, Councillor Cebulski and I, of course, are recent additions to the council, so we weren't here, previous to May or June. So, have you had a road tour with council at all in this past year?
I've not, no.
No. How long has it been since you've done that?
Probably at least a couple of years, yeah.
Couple of years, yeah. That was something that really gave us a good idea when it comes to budget and maintenance and everything. And something that goes back years and years and years of good practice. And I would suggest that we arrange something. I would be there, and I'm sure the other council would feel, to sit in the middle of the winter and decide on your roads where the money is going to be spent is if we're not doing some work ahead of time, then and you mentioned about Perry Road, lots of issues. I can take you to some places where we've got no shoulders on corners and extremely dangerous situations. And I would like to make my request that the council would at a agreed time that's suitable for everyone, that we could go out and do that. But I can assure you it'll be time well spent. Thank you.
Councillor Spilsky?
Back to the issue of the Barker Lake landfill site. I recently had a very long discussion with a contractor, and it would be interesting to check the dumping fees that Killaloo, Higgidy Richards charge and Whitney charge, because some of the contractors are hauling their building material to other sites, because our site allegedly is charges the highest dumping fees. The majority of the refuse coming in are asphalt shingles and various sidings. And one way to get a handle on it would be to take a month survey by the attendant, get them a chart ready for each day and to tick it off, load shingles, load building material, wood, etc. And that would give us a good handle on it. Because we grind all that stuff. We don't burn it. And, it would really, probably the 2 demolitions are probably about right to date, from what I know about it. And I know the attendant, Tushek, I think is his surname. And he's very good. He's on the ball. And we get along really well. And boy, he can catch my 2 bucks 20 feet away.
Good. Good job, Josh.
So, that might be an idea.
That's a great idea.
To give council an idea down the road.
That's a great idea.
But most of it is asphalt shingles, I think. And it would be interesting to find out how much the dumping fees are in Whitney and in Higgidy Richards, Killaloo Higgidy Richards. Because some of the contractors are fudging and taking their refuse to these sites. And the contractor sort of questioned, why shouldn't I do that when our fees are so much higher? So just for our information, I couldn't answer him, but I said I would bring it up at council.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, to you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, where somebody else is going to take their construction waste to another municipality if the project is within your, that one I don't
Or
understand.
vice versa?
Because we would not accept construction waste from another municipality, or will we?
No.
No, and I'm just making a point here, yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah, well, if you visit the sites
Yeah,
in Whitney, you will see the control isn't there.
right.
The
Oh,
gates
okay.
are open. There's no attendant. I think just recently they've hired an attendant.
Okay, I see what you're saying, okay. Thank you.
So,
CEO?
just for a couple of comments, so the cost of our construction debris, there was a full cost analysis done last year, and it was to bring us back to cost recovery. So we can provide you with that research that we did to get us to those numbers. And then as far as it pertains to the road tour, so I put on here as an action item to discuss at our leadership meeting team. But with the roads need study, I believe is due when? I think it would come in line, so then they would have the results of that, and then you could plan your road tour.
Yeah, it should be coming any day.
Okay. So that would be good timing, because we're getting the roads
Hear
need
the
study.
date?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, when is it coming?
It should be coming anytime. They've got it prepared, but I sent them an email, but it should be within the next week or two, hopefully.
Yeah, so it would, then you'd have the results, and then you could do your road tour, and then kind of focus on certain areas that you've addressed at the same time.
If we could, so it's coming in a couple of weeks. Council could, we have to accept it through
Yes.
council, but prior to that, a copy could be given to every council member. You know, we don't have to rush that through. This is for purposes of budgeting in January, so there's no need to get that study on a council agenda, pass it. Let's distribute the study, a copy to everybody. They can have a look at it. They can, couple of weeks, possibly organize based on their recommendations come the fall, because it's busy right now, and I'm not making excuses, but we don't have a lot of staff in the operations department, and everybody's taking holidays. Like Mike is operating week to week with a skeleton staff, trying to keep things going. So I would suggest mid-September for a roads tour, and then once the tour itself is completed, then that document could come onto a council agenda after that for an approval by council, discussion and approval by council. How does that work, Mike? Does that kind of ease your pressure a little bit?
Absolutely. No, I think
Because
it's
a
good
roads
news.
tour on every road, we could be looking at 2 days. We're never going to cover over 200 kilometers of roads in one day. We need to break that out into this end of the township, that end of the township. Because there's no point of just bombing at 80 kilometers an hour down a road. Oh, we're on this road. So if we really want to take our time and do it properly, I think that's the way we need to do it. If everybody on council thinks that's a more organized way to do it. Go ahead.
Yes, as my experience with it is they select a certain amount of roads and do it within the time frame that we've got. And I'm sure that there's enough issues out there that we can do that. And referencing the roads needs study, that's a great little report. Tells you about the number of cracks in the pavement and when it should be replaced, but it doesn't deal with the safety issues, and that's something we've learned in the past. That's more of a concern to me. We're doing a lot of patching, and that's great, helping. However, there are many issues that are not being addressed because the roads need study is not the report that does it. So I would just ask that on our tour, we'll certainly look at the other issues, certainly the safety ones. Okay.
Yeah, no, for
And
sure.
and that was, I hate to go back here and talk about the document that we had prepared a couple of years ago before, when I was still on council, and they recommended, there was a lot of recommendations. And of course, they brought up the deficiencies of our system of maintaining the roads. So it's there, let's do it, and I look forward to being part of it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think that's a good outline. We'll just figure out the timing of how all that works. Go ahead.
If I may, and just only because the treasurer's not here, I do know that the filing of the asset management plan is on hold until we get
Yes.
the roads need studies. So I want to make sure that we don't put all of this together. The road tour, the safety issues are separate matters that could be dealt with during a road tour. And I agree, I don't think the timing is critical right now. You want to do that for your 2026 budget. But I do caution that roads need study, which we thought we would have been receiving in July. As soon as it is received, we do want to have that review so that it doesn't hold up the filing of the asset management plan.
Okay, we'll logistically work it out, but I think we have a good baseline for a plan here. Okay, any more questions on the report? Okay, being none, we shall move on. Thank you, Mike. We shall, I don't need a motion, we just accept the report as information. So we'll move on to item 8.1.2, tender 2025-10, connecting link improvements. And you have a report here, Mike, if you'd like to walk us through.
I do, through you, Chair. So did our 2025-10 connecting link improvements tender. I'll give you guys just a quick bit of background on this. We applied for the connecting link funding model, and we were successful with that. the upper tier is not allowed to participate really through direct things, so it has to be lower tier. That's why I know that we applied for the three-way stop there, which is a county upper tier stop. But so they have come on board with us in partnership for that project, and we got 3 bids. So the first one from MWS was 288,948.91. Greenwood Paving at 309,364. And Bonashir Excavating at 320,096. All very good pricings as we had estimated in our budget. The project at 350,000. So the bids at 290 was a good. Were very competitive, very good bids. And then of course the Connecting Link funding is a 50%. They come in and fund it 50% for us. So although our budget number is 350, because of it has to be, they will fund it 50%, and then we also have the county's portion. So as long as everything goes well, and I'm sure it will, as we have good pricing, this is a really good thing.
Good. That's very exciting to hear, actually. So, so we have, we did budget for this. So the county, just as Mike has said, the county has come on board last year, committed to a portion of that funding as well. And I don't remember off the top of my head what we had estimated our cost to be. Does anybody recollect? Do you recollect that, Sue? Mike?
No, sorry.
Through the chair, yeah. So our we had budgeted 350. The cost, the county I think was on board for about 150.
Yep.
And then the Connecting Link funding is 50% of the project. So if it's we had budgeted 350. So if it's that's the number. Although the bids came in at 288, so they'd be 50% of that, and then the county's money. So we won't be on the hook for very too much.
That's
Yes,
good.
through the chair, I the county portion was 175.
175. Sorry, I think
At
so.
a maximum of
Up
175,
to a
and we
maximum 175.
and we committed to do the difference.
Correct. Okay, good. Well, that's very good. Usually doesn't happen that way, so it's exciting to see that it comes in under. That's wonderful. Okay, so and just as far as what we're aiming to for a start date on this project, because that's going to cause some traffic problems.
Yes. The start date will be the end of July, carrying through the first week of September, September, with only a short period of a full closure. So only a few days. They're actually going to close the thing down. They're going to do most of the work with maintaining traffic flow.
Okay, so they're gonna have like one lane closed?
Yes.
And we're gonna be flagging through?
All the contractors going to be, they're on the hook for everything, traffic control, and
Okay, and this is happening before September?
yes, and starting the project. But there's a lot of work that could be done along the edges of the road.
Okay.
So then they're going to get into the actual lane after the September long weekend there.
Okay, so are we mitigating that maybe we're not doing that work on Fridays? Or we shut it down by noon? We end our day at noon on Friday?
I'll have to talk with the engineer to see what's in the contract for
Okay,
working
well,
times.
If we can, because I didn't realize, I thought when we had this conversation, we weren't gonna do the work until after Labor Day weekend. So I was surprised to hear it's in July, so I think if we could do, it's gotta be open by noon on Fridays. It's pretty standard on major highways. They're not paving past noon, the guys are off the roads.
Yep.
I think that would be very helpful. Or, if they want to do 4-day week and just more hours and have it open for Fridays, one or the other, at least for July and August,
Yep.
okay,
Sounds good.
maybe you could just let us know the outcome of those discussions.
Will do.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with that being said, I believe we have a recommendation, Madam CAO, if you want to read the.
Thank you through the chair, that council approve the operations manager's recommendation to award tender MV 2025-10, Connecting Link Improvements to MWS Construction Limited in the amount of $288,948.91, HST included, subject to requirements of the tender, and that the expense be applied against account 0150814703013, budget 2025 roadway capital expenditure Connecting Link.
Do I have a mover? Moved by Mayor Schulis, seconded by Councilor Proplinski. All in favor? So moved. Okay, so we'll move to item now 8.1.3. a staff recommendation regarding the nuisance beaver bylaw. So Mike, if you would like to speak to that, please.
Yeah, sure. So there's a recommendation here for council. I'll give a little bit of background. We've had some serious discussions, myself and the operation manager, as we are also dealing with a lot of these issues on our own roadways, of course. I know, obviously, you've mentioned Perrier Road has been washed out a couple of times due to, we're assuming Beaver, the same thing, Beaver bylaw, or Beaver washouts. So it's a really difficult thing, as I know in that, I'll just use that as an example. The Beaver dam in question there is, from what we can tell, upwards of probably 700 acres away from the actual road where it is washing it out. So just, with operationally, I don't see how you would be able to mitigate these kind of things. It would take a full-time operation staff just for doing this as on its own. Like you're asking, like, there's no way to get to these ponds. The beavers, if they, you'd break it down. We do it all the time on the sides of the roads. They come back within days, build them again, or move them. Like, there's a reason why these beavers have been around for so long, and they're hard workers. So that's kind of why we came to this recommendation of not to adopt a nuisance beaver bylaw, because I don't know how we would manage it. I don't know how you would operationally be able to look after it on private land, and on areas that are so far. It's one thing to do it along the side of a road where you have easy access for equipment, manpower, but we're talking about going onto private property, or sometimes, like I said, in the Perrier Road case, where we're hundreds of acres away from the actual beaver dam that's causing the issues. Some of the conversations we had, anyway.
Okay. Councillor Sapilsky.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this. I do have a lot of experience with beavers and the problems they cause. How far back does it go? To about 1955. And they are absolutely the worst nuisance. And I don't think, no, Hillary isn't here, but about 5 or 6 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, 7, the property owner adjacent to myself would have nothing to mitigate the beaver problem. It was all my problem. And I have photographs where they've flooded acres and acres and acres of land. And my property is a farm. I rent pasture. This became such an issue. The property owner was an engineer residing in Toronto. He knew everything about everything, and told me this was in fact washout from spring. Well, it was an ongoing problem. And I had no recourse. I did call Hillary. I did call the mayor at that time. Hillary visited the property with me reluctantly. He felt we were trespassing on private land without permission. And I did agree, we were, but just to see what the problem was. I was referred to the Ontario Beaver Mitigation, and I was advised to seek legal advice. I went to Mr. Howe, and he prepared a 3-page letter to the property owner and explaining her responsibilities in a very nice manner, and barring her rectifying the problem, we would be proceeding with legal action. Within 2 days, she had a trapper and a person to remove the beaver dam. Shortly afterwards, she sold the property, and the new owners, we have a wonderful relationship. We work together on it. I help him, I help the company, and he helps me. And we know it's going to be an ongoing problem, both with him and with my own property. And I realize what the delegation is going through. I've been through all of that. And it's annoying, it's costly, and I had no recourse. I'm only telling my story to help the delegation. And as far as I am concerned, there's no way this municipality can afford a beaver bylaw. There is no way, knowing beavers. For example, they had a 20-acre pond created on a seep in the middle of 250 acres. And for access, it was only walking.
Yeah.
And I did manage that. I hired another person while I was working at my practice to help me. He would go certain days and I would go the other days. But if this dam was approximately, it was around the 7-foot mark, because it was taller from the bottom side than we were, at least a foot. And the person I hired was at least 6 feet. And we did that on a daily basis. We had to do it on a daily basis. I'm sure we would walk away and they would have the thing rebuilt. Now, if that had burst, it would have completely washed out Cebulski Road about 30 meters from the intersection of Siberia Road, totally. And the road is about 12 feet above the culvert. So it would have been a major washout. And I realized, having gone through with the legal action, that this was very much my responsibility. And this is very much the responsibility of the owner of the property where Muskrat Lake resides and the Beaver Dam resides. And I would humbly suggest to the delegation to seek legal advice from Mr. Howe. I don't work for Mr. Howe, but he went through all of this. He knew nothing about this. He researched it and knows how to put a letter together very nicely. That's my opinion. And I know, especially the townships of Sherwood, Jones, and Burns, I don't know Radcliffe as well, but I know I travel this extensively. I often meet the road crew or somebody who is opening up the culverts. And I know they've been opening up Pog Lake Road recently, and I stop, and it's a dangerous area. And the municipality had to hire an excavator 1 year because they let it go too far and they couldn't open it manually. Very costly. But again, it was municipality property, so they rectified it. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much, Councillor Cebulski. Madam CAO.
Just more, only because the operations manager isn't here, and we have had some discussions, so just to kind of brief on some of the topics that came up. So we do have an existing beaver maintenance program in place that the municipality has retained 2 licensed trappers that monitor our municipal culverts and issues seen during our route patrol or municipal road inspections that might impact municipal roads. There are forms identifying the area in question with comments of future needs, and the trappers compensated $75 per beaver tail on municipal lands trapped and budgeted yearly through our operating budget through Public Works. The municipality promotes that message. We could do a more intensive education kind of platform, advising private landowners as to what their responsibilities are, possibly including some messaging in our newsletters that go out to, that way every taxpayer gets it. Discussions with the staff with the operations manager was the report would say to not adopt a bylaw that would add the need to have additional staff and administrative oversight, taking the responsibility away from the private owner, property owner, and putting the cost burden to all ratepayers. Hearing the delegations, I do concur that ratepayers do not respond, that staff should develop a consistent messaging campaign reminding owners of their responsibility to manage dams on their properties, and we continue to include MNRF messaging as well. As it pertains to Crown lands, a letter has been sent prior to this delegation to MNRF, asking how they do deal with their dams on Crown, adjacent properties to private landowners, if they have any guidance, because what I've heard when I'm answering calls is that we contact MNRF and we don't get a response. There has to be some type of programming that, you know, maybe the municipality can be the bridge with the ratepayer and MNRF to assist with. What else do I have here? One discussion at the staff level was to contact the licensed trappers and maybe just put an actual notice out in the newspaper and saying, if you are a licensed trapper that resides within Madawaska Valley and you would be interested in having your name and contact information on a website for private landowners to be referred to what I would deem the property owners not maintaining their beaver dams, that then we would be able to be that conduit between providing a licensed trapper with an owner who maybe feels doesn't have the capability to address that. Also, what we talked about was on the website that we could include those names in that we would do a more intensive media messaging on all of our municipal platforms. And of course, we'll discuss at our following meeting the content of this delegation and get back to the delegation as well as council if there are any other proposed mediation that we can assist with.
Okay. Those are, thank you for looking at that, because those are all very excellent suggestions, and I think definitely we should be doing it regardless. We should certainly pursue that and do that. And Councillor Cebulski, I didn't know, first time I've heard your story. I wondered myself what the liability was for a personal landowner. Clearly there is a liability and a responsibility to a personal landowner on private property to manage this situation. I think the delegation, would be maybe wise to go together and take up Councillor Cebulski's advice and get a legal letter drafted and sent to the landowner in question, and let's start. I do agree that I think, would have a very difficult time passing a beaver bylaw and managing this. We're in a big area surrounded by nature, and there's ponds that are 50 miles in the bush that you don't even know. I just don't see how it would be something we could manage when it can be a civil matter between property owners. But from an educational perspective, from providing all of the tools from this end, and I think that's a good solution. Councillor Blank.
Thank you. After listening to the delegations and to the responses from council as well as a CAO, I think we have to get online with for more information out to the public regarding this, as well as saying that we are not responsible, because I can't see us being responsible for beaver dams that are 50 miles into somebody's property or outside. I do like the fact that we do have our beaver management program in place, and perhaps there is a little bit more we can do. Your suggestion of CEO of getting the trappers online to say, hey, this is available, I think would help the public. But anything when it comes, as Councillor Cebulski mentioned, regarding legal liability, it is the landowner that's responsible, not our municipality, and all taxpayers, unfortunately, should not have to pay the brunt of that for the beavers. And I think the more information package we get out, after listening to all the comments regarding this issue and the continued issues, that I think we're going in the right direction. And by not having our own beaver bylaw, I think is an important thing at this time as well. I don't support that at this point. Thank you.
Madam CAO.
Sorry, just to add to that, I should have added that following receipt of the delegation and the 2 examples of policies that I did attach, I did contact those municipalities that they may report back on administratively. Are we making assumptions that it would be too high? Like, how have they managed their policy and if it's been an issue or not? And then we'll report back on that. The report that we've brought is on the assumptions of what we've assessed on, the scheme of it and how much, we're assuming would be administrative. So I thought that a report back from, if there's anything different that I get back from those 2 municipalities, then I would report back to council.
That would be appreciated.
Yeah.
I think we would all like to have that.
Seeing as they
information.
have it in place sometimes, for the length of time, and just saying, has there been additional costs? Has there been liabilities? How is that working? And having a better understanding of the scope of it.
And again, in a situation like this, what's unfortunate is, if we provide a really good educational campaign and information, and I agree with you, it should go out on the newsletter with the tax bills. Public on our website, on our Facebook, run some ads in the newspaper, really get it out there. And what we're doing is providing the tools and some solutions, because we're giving contact information. We're not just saying you've got to deal with it, but we're saying here's how you can deal with it. But what is frustrating, and I see the pictures, my heart breaks looking at those pictures. I grew up on the water too. I can't imagine my parents' property. It's just mind-boggling. But 99.9% of the public will deal with this. You'll get that 1 or 2 that are animal fanatics, and I'm sorry, I can be buried in the ground for saying that, because I probably will be by some. They do have a personal responsibility, and that's where the law comes in. That's where liability comes in. That's where lawsuits happen. So there's a place for that, because even if we had a bylaw in place, they probably still, it's going to result in that. So there's lawsuit potential between neighbors on private property over this. And, this will be reported publicly as well, this meeting. And maybe the owners of that property might want to take note that it's not acceptable what they're doing. It's not. No one hates nature, but quite frankly, there's responsibilities for that. That's my position. At this stage, at this stage will accept the staff recommendation, not to proceed with the bylaw, but Sue, if you could present council with more information from the 2 examples you've showed us from other municipalities, we could certainly have a look at that as well.
Yep.
But I don't think today we're prepared to move forward with that.
No.
Councillor Cebulski.
Thank you. I'll address this to Mike, our road superintendent. You're aware of Cebulski Road. Are you aware that there's a beaver dam that has flooded about 200 meters from the end of Cebulski Road, where the old Chepeski Mill Road was? That was a private road, and the road is flooded. Are you aware of that?
I am aware, yes. Yeah.
Okay, you're right on the ball.
Yeah.
But if you weren't, it would demonstrate how difficult it is even to, be aware of a roadway.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very, very difficult.
Yes.
And I went up towards Algonquin Park and towards Bruley Lake, and there are multiple beaver dams along the way. The old Zaluska property is flooded. Then there's a beaver dam on Carl Coulis's, more property flooded. And if we're asked to do all those dams, and some of them would be accessible, like they're 400, 500 feet long, like it would take a whole crew, and you couldn't get an excavator in, there's too much mud, etc. If you've lived with this, you know how difficult it is.
Absolutely, yeah, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Poplinski.
Thank you. We do have a problem, don't we? And I don't think it's as simple as just passing a bylaw, because we're dealing with private owners, landowners. We're dealing with the Ontario government. And I'm sure all of you folks have had experience dealing with the governments. And it doesn't happen overnight. And it's great also to, I appreciate Councillor Sabelski's submission in the story about what they've gone through and the fact that the legal aspect of it is the one which we should be pursuing. Well, I agree with that. However, we all know that sometimes legal action takes months, years, and goes on. Meanwhile, these folks are here because 2 years ago they had a flood, and they're back again today. There could be another one in a few months. So I think we need to work together. I think we need to certainly petition the Ontario government, use every possible means we can to get them to take some ownership for this problem, because it's not going to go away. It's not going to go away. One of the problems a few years back, the price of the pelts of the beavers dropped, so that it was no incentive then, unless the little bit of money that the township or somebody would have paid the trappers for doing it. All of a sudden, it was gone, and that really had a major effect on the beavers. But I think we need to do something, and I think we're going to get a report back from the people that have passed the bylaw. I think that's a very, very good move to do that. And however, in the meantime, I think we can, put our heads together and see what else we can do. And certainly education is one of them. And it's all, everybody's responsible, because that's devastating when that happens. I had a situation happened in Hastings County where my other property is, and the dam was on the Crown, came down, took out my road, cost me thousands of dollars to repair my road, and could have done a lot more damage, damaged a whole lot of timber. And I found that there was very little recourse other than get the trappers in there to deal with it. The Ontario government did not want to act. Well, I'm sorry, I think we just need to put some more pressure under them and see what happens. Can't be worse. Got to be better.
I agree.
Thank you.
Mayor Schulist.
Yeah, it's you, Madam Chair. Yeah, interesting discussion here, absolutely. I don't have a beaver story per se, but there are dams surrounding my property on private property. One place we're impacted is on our roads, and again, some of these culverts, the beavers going. And whose responsibility is that? Well, it's our responsibility as a municipality because it's our property, right? So we spend a lot of time, Mike, you can probably tell me that, is that we spend a lot of time, correcting the problem, but that is our problem. So this is what I'm seeing right now. It's got to do with, the private owner of that who has the dam on their property. I think it kind of stems down to we need to all be good neighbors. I think this is what this is all about. And
100%.
Under that education is say, listen, you have a beaver dam on your property. Please be responsible. And I think that message is what we've got to do. But I'm also seeing consensus too, Madam Chair, is that I don't think we're ready to pass any bylaw and stuff like that. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I think everybody's had an opportunity to speak to this issue. There is right now a recommendation from staff. Madam CAO.
Thank you, through the chair. I'll read the recommendation in the report from the operations manager, but I would like to add a component for consideration based on the discussion as it pertains to education, if I may.
Okay.
That council accept the operations manager recommendation to not adopt a nuisance beaver bylaw, and staff is directed to increase public municipal messaging regarding property owner responsibility and management of beaver nuisance on private lands and what resources are available.
Okay.
And I would need a mover, please.
Okay, if I can get a mover on that recommendation. Councillor Cebulski, seconded by Councillor Blank. All in favor? Okay, so moved. So we will start. It's a good starting point to put together a very good educational campaign. Also advising responsibility of private landowners And then you will then bring back at some point, Sue, some more detailed information from other townships on how they've managed their.
Yeah, so for clarity through the chair, I'll provide the operations manager that input, so it could be brought up in one of the public works updates.
Thank you. Okay, so with that said, we'll move on to item 8.2, correspondence and information, and I'm not seeing anything there. Unless I'm not seeing this right. And then item 8.3 is unfinished business. Any unfinished business for Mike before he leaves? So being none. Okay, so that concludes the portion of the operations committee.
Okay, yes, I was just gonna mention that there is, I know we're gonna break for lunch at some point. Maybe this is a good time. Would it be good time now, Madam CEO?
Well, we'd
Or-
like, can we get
or-
Ashley
yes,
first if
Ashley.
we may, and then,
I'll tell you what, Ashley, I'm gonna have to pass this over to Counselor Poplinski then.
Time is more valuable than mine.
So is it okay if we take a break maybe after that, because now that we have Ashley? And Counselor Poplinski, if we could have the gavel from Counselor Micah, okay? Be gentle on that, sir.
I will do so. I can throw it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and we have with us today Mr. Pilgrim, and he's got a report in front of us, and we're just wondering, 9.1 municipal reports, and 9.11 is the Ontario Clean Water Agency expenditure report. If you could share that with us, the highlights.
Yes, thank you. So in this report, just highlight some of the work that the capital expenses that we've been incurring over the past couple months. It's a little bit larger than normal, just with with no meeting in July. So we replaced a bunch of hard suction hoses, and we got 100 feet of each. They're used for cleaning tanks and pumping into the biosolids trucks. There was a small miscellaneous capital for various items. We replaced an impeller at Station 2 in one of the submersible pumps. There was a hanger and flange that was repaired on WSOP1, which is waste sludge operation pump. And that also goes for the submersible pump repairs that are below. They were both on the same pump. The flange was broke. It just the way timing worked out, and we had the submersible pump rewound. It had failed. Some sewer clean out repairs on Arena Road. Wet end for the coagulant pump at the wastewater plant, as well as some generator repairs that we incurred during the not the past storm, the previous one where the power was out for approximately 22 hours or something, I believe. We did end up bringing one of the emergency Y2K generators that we had in standby from Almont to offset that. The way Barry's Bay sewage works is everything is pumped into the plant, so if the generator goes down, it's coming out. So we were able to mitigate that. So we had Wajax in, Corey Pekarski, and made some repairs to it. We've also had Gal Power in because there's some issues between the control and the actual engine component, so we're still looking at it. But all in all, we have a backup sitting here right now ready to be plugged in if required. As well with Barry's Bay Water, we had small miscellaneous capital, some wet end pump kits for both soda ash and alum pumps. We had a alum pump that totally failed and had to be replaced, as well as some distribution parts, including valve tops and sleeves and stuff that we're running out of stock on. It's always good to have that stuff in hand for when it's required. And that is all that I have on that report.
Any questions or comments from members of council? No? Okay. I don't see any hands up, so I'm just gonna, maybe if I could start, and if there's somebody else, I'm sorry, Sue, do you
No,
have
that's
your?
okay. I was just,
I'm
whenever
resting.
you want, I
Sure.
can read the
No,
recommendation when you're finished.
please, just, butt in if, couple of things, in I think the most recent report that I'd seen, a month or two ago, there was some indication that there was a couple of deficiencies in the readings. I understand that's all been corrected now, and there was couple of things in red that we talked about, and there was it's probably you addressed it in the body of the report here.
Okay, I believe that is, the report you're looking at is coming up here shortly.
Oh, okay.
I
Sorry
haven't
about
got to that one yet,
Okay.
just in,
Okay, thank you. The other thing is that I mentioned about or your report, it's very good, and I look at it and I always like to know the money that's being spent, and of course, we've had a lot of extra expense because of really three things: the chemicals, the sludge, extra sludge moving, and there's a reason for that. I understand you get better readings if you do that more often. Is that the bottom line, basically? So there's more cost involved in moving it?
it's a per cubic meter price for hauling sludge, and as everything else, it is going up. And what we've been finding recently, which as listed in that report, that operationally and compliance wise, the plant runs much better with a lower sludge volume than where we were originally told years ago when the plant was built, that we could carry a higher volume and just haul, and the plant operates much better with a lower sludge volume than what was previously anticipated, which reflects in the compliance end of it.
So the services is well, over budget, and one of the questions I had, there's reference to the insurance.
Mm-hmm.
And is that tied in with the Ontario Clean Water, their insurance dealing with that so it's not a standalone, like we have insurance for roads and we have insurance for vehicles, we have insurance, it's an entirely separate entity, isn't it? Yes.
Correct.
And that's
Correct.
one of the costs.
That's one of the costs, is the insurance for, I forget the codes, there's CGL, there's boiler, property property.
And cap.
Yeah, there's, I believe, 4 different codes that are captured within the insurance. So there was it's higher than what I anticipated last fall, and I'm still looking for the reasoning for it. And I'm waiting for a response from corporate regarding that.
It's just the trend of the times, and yes. Sue?
I can speak a little bit to that, just to say that whenever there is any insurance costs or any insurance questions, we always refer it to our insurance as well, so that they comment on that. We always review, the cost. We update the values as well, and so we always make sure if they get a report from their insurance, that it's forwarded to our insurance, so that they have opportunity to comment. And that's always gone very well, and Aqua's always been very forthcoming in sending that ahead, so we do appreciate that. Through the chair, may I suggest, just so we don't lose sight of it, can I read the recommendation for the invoices, if I may?
Oh, sorry,
For the expenditures?
yes. Yeah, that's 9.1,
That's correct.
9.11, and if you could read the recommendation.
thank you.
Thank you, madam.
That council approve the Ontario Clean Water Agency expenditure request as presented in the total amount of $33,834.37. Work order numbers 4379783, 4486511, 4554891, 4554894, 4555997, 4556096, 46044424, 46064449, 4486509, 4551935, 46044425, and 4660437.
So if we could have a mover, please, Councillor Micah, and Mayor Schulist.
Okay.
I'm sorry, any questions? Yes.
Thank you. Just on the subtotal on the Barry's Bay Water Treatment Plant is 20,000, and the number 4425 a loom pump and 0437 distribution parts, you don't have them listed on there, but they are 8,010 and 2,389.
That's correct. Sue and I had a discussion about that this morning.
Okay.
It was just, I believe, an issue with the templating between my format and the other format, so.
Okay.
Yeah,
because,
so-
yeah, just because the numbers don't add up, and I thought, okay, let me.
Yeah,
look.
no,
Okay.
through the chair.
you.
Through the chair. So yes, Ashley called just prior to the meeting. He confirmed that the total amount that we are approving is the amount that is within the recommendation, and Calvin is going to change those items to make sure that it's in the right area with the right number. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Yep. So just call the question for that recommendation.
You, that answered your question, Councillor Bank? Okay, good. Okay, so all in favor? Okay, motion's granted.
Thank you.
And so we've dealt with 912, the piping. You referenced that.
Through the chair, I do believe, did you want to speak to that one? Just because that was that break, if you recall, that we had. So
Okay.
I'd like him to elaborate a little
Yes,
bit on that one.
would be great.
Okay, thank you. Yes, on July 4th, we experienced a leak in the raw piping, which feeds the Barry's Bay Sewage Plant from Station 1, which is located on Lakeshore Drive by the boat launch. So all the residential sewage or sanitary sewers combine all throughout town, come down there and get pumped from there and get elevated into the plant. Yeah, because we all know that old saying. So in the pictures subsequently behind, when the plant was redone in 2012, this, you can see a blue fitting into an old rusty piece of ductile that goes into the concrete. So at the time in 2012, however it was designed, they coupled into the existing because it goes up through approximately 12 feet of concrete, goes through the wall, turns and comes straight up into the bottom of the raw channel that feeds into the plant. So instead of actually we're gonna remove the piece at the below and the top. Oh, sorry, Calvin. Yeah, so you can see the condition of the pipe in the picture he's gonna put up here. It's the last page, Calvin. All good. When it does come up, it's deteriorated to the point there's nothing left on the back to actually couple to. So we're replacing the entire piece. All we're doing is we're gonna sleeve inside it. That's a piece of 10-inch. We're going to minimize it down to 8 and go with stainless up through and inside, and then link seal around the top and the bottom, because any liquid that comes against it in the raw channel can get back through it. So like around the outside, so it has to be sealed as well. So the price before you is for Harrington, my VOR mechanical contractor, to come in and complete that work. Also, it has to be insulated. Anything that's exposed, of course, so it won't freeze, and it's all included in that price. This work does have to be done before it starts to get cold, because as you can imagine, we take in about, say, 400 cubic meters of raw wastewater a day, so. I'm just looking to, that everybody's aware of the instance or the severity of this issue. Currently, like we've just made some changes with the blue pipes that you see going up. That's just to get us by until we can make the correct changes just for the sequence of operations and the raw screenings and stuff that we remove all the coarse inorganics out of the system. This would put it behind that. So this was just to get us through until we can actually make the proper changes or repairs.
I may have, I'll get to you in a second, I may have missed it, but did you indicate that there might be a shutdown period of time where could be an issue, or?
No, I believe the way we're gonna do it, we'll have all the work done through the concrete prior to just turning it, and then with staff, we can mitigate with the pumps at pumping station 1. We can pump everything down to give us a bigger buffer, to allow us more time to actually make the small, just the one coupling at the wall.
Just a question I had. Yes, Councillor Micah?
So Ashley, just a couple things. So you're when you sleeve it, you're going down in circumference. That's not gonna cause a problem, going forward with volume, like, because the smaller it's like a culvert, smaller, you know, can't push as much through. Do you think you,
We believe this will solve our problem. This was through, with advice of, as well as with my mechanical contractor. Being that it's an open-ended pipe, we don't feel there's gonna be any flow issues.
yeah, that's what I mean, the flow
subsequently.
issue, because we're going smaller in circumference. And I just kind of, it's something that's catching me is very, I can't believe, is when, so I'm looking at this picture, and that's a new plant, relatively speaking. That wasn't existing, you know, what we're looking at here was not existing, that was brand new construction. And you were not there at the time, so it's not your fault. You didn't even work
I'm
there.
not an engineer.
I'm just curious why that would have been, why that would not have been replaced when the plant was rebuilt. And they left an old,
Well, that part of the plant that you're looking at in that picture is still part of the old original plant that was
is
built in
it still?
'73, correct?
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
the raw channel in that part of, that's still the original building.
Oh, okay,
Where they built
okay,
it
that
and
makes
beyond.
sense, that
Yes.
makes sense, cause I'm looking even just from this picture with the cracking on the concrete at the top, I'm like, that's not a good looking picture up here. Now, it could be surface cracking, but this doesn't, the whole corner there doesn't look very good. Are we looking at future problems there, basically, is the question?
I've just received the third quote in redoing the inside of the grit channel where it's starting to corrode on the inside or deteriorate in the water lines where it comes in through the raw drop. If you stop in for your road tour, I'll be glad to show it to you.
We did that a couple of years ago, I think.
Okay,
Yes,
that was just,
Councillor
I was just curious on that, cause I thought, my God, cause, you know.
Councillor Blank.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Ashley. So how does this affect the budget and where does it get paid for?
Well, this is not something I seen coming until the water started coming out of the ground July 4th. So it would be a unbudgeted right now or unforeseen expense at this time.
So through the chair, I can concur that the treasurer is aware, but I did not get the account number where it would come out of. But the treasurer has been advised that this was an unexpected expense, and advised, I omitted to put the account number where it would be paid from.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mary. Didn't mean-
Yes, Councillor Blank.
Okay, so just a follow-up to that, you said that there's more stuff that has to be done. You're waiting for quotes, so that would increase that amount by quite a bit then, would it not?
The concrete repairs were budgeted for.
Okay,
The third vendor just got me a price last week, but that was outside of this scope.
okay.
The piping, it just coincidentally is in the same area, but it's two different things.
All right, okay, thank you.
Yes, Councillor Micah.
Okay, so on the issue of being over, not budgeted for, so anything that is not budgeted for, we must have a motion and a resolution from council approving the withdrawal from reserves.
Yes.
So nobody can just go ahead and, that has to be done. So we'll need that, if we're looking for that today. We should have that on the record today, because no department head, no one is going over their budget lines without council motions and approvals.
Thank you, Councillor Micah. Yeah, it was, Madam CAO, it was one of my questions was the budget and also do we have sufficient funds in the reserve right now?
I can't answer that. I just know that the treasurer confirmed that yes, we had an account that it would come from.
Thank you. Any other comments from, yes, Councillor
I just
Swallow?
have a question on Gale Power. Are you happy with their service?
Currently, we utilize a couple different ones. We have Galpar. We also use Wajax quite often because he's right here in Barry's Bay on Sand Hill Drive, so
Yeah.
he's quite handy. We've also utilized the Public Works mechanic sometimes when certain things come up.
Because Gale Power is in Ottawa.
Correct.
And is the standby generator from Gale Power?
No, it is not. It is I forget who supplied it when at the time in 2012 when they rebuilt the plant. This was a new package unit, all self-contained.
Oh, I
At
see. So it's not new.
no, it's
No,
would
I
have been
thought you brought
2012.
a unit in to plug in.
We did, but it was from Aqua.
Okay.
We have a couple
missed
150 kilowatts kicking around eastern Ontario that can be utilized in a scenario like this. We've brought them up before when for pumping stations. If like at station 2, if the generator goes down, it affects stations 2 and 3. So we've had to bring it in prior to wire it in case.
Okay, yes, Councillor Micah?
So just because now I'm getting confused on that question, I thought we already had backup generators here.
We do.
Like at any given point, we know we will have water
Oh,
and sewer because we have backup generators here for the system. So why would we have to bring another backup generator in if we already have two backup generators? Did they fail?
yes, we had the generator failed after 11 hours of runtime. We had an oil pressure issue in the
Okay,
controller.
that makes sense to
So
me.
we scrambled
Okay.
the other one out of Almont. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Show
It's
must
just,
go on.
you're not gonna build first.
Okay, any other questions or comments?
Thank you.
No problem.
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
But I think it might be the next item, the quarterly performance report. We're not there yet, are we? I'm
No,
lost track
if
where
I
we're
may,
at.
could
Sorry.
we still get the resolution, and I will add that it be expensed from the capital reserve?
Yep,
Okay.
yep.
If I
I
may through
don't
the
think
chair?
we covered the motion, did we, for the?
Not for this one, if I
No,
may read the
okay, so
motion.
I could, if there's no further questions, perhaps we could have Sue read the recommendation.
Thank you through the chair. That council approve the Ontario Clean Water Agency expenditure request as presented in the total amount of 30,038.56 for work order 4663,568, and that this unbudgeted expense be paid from the capital reserve.
Okay? So I need a motion. Yes, Councillor Micah and Councillor Blank. Any comments? No further comments? So all in favor, yes? And motion granted.
Through the chair, just for clarity, when we do the minutes, the account number will be added to that resolution.
Okay, thank you. So we would have 9.2, the correspondence and information. And the 9.21 quarterly performance report, and that's the report that I referenced earlier on, pardon me. But Ashley, you've got the floor, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'll do my best with these, as this is normally a compliance thing. However, we're double booked today with, I assumed our meeting was gonna be on Tuesday. So, anyway. Page 1 is just a visual of how everything's running. We did have a red X for Q2 with filter 1 efficiency due to a coagulant failure, which I'll get into in the next page. So compliance targets, no ECA exceedances, regulatory reporting. There was the filter 1 efficiency, which is the limit is 95%. Over 0.3 during or under 0.3 during operation of the filters, and 1 due to a coagulant failure was 94.87 at the end of the month. So there was no further action. Everything was remediated. Yeah. So moving into page 2, it shows the drinking water flows, wastewater treatment flows. Everything has been running on average quite, the flows are quite normal for this time of year. Page 3, asset protection, just highlights the amount of preventative, operational, corrective, and capital work orders that were completed in the second quarter. So, yeah, some of this, the stuff with the water, the raw water main we were just talking about isn't highlighted in this as it was in July. So we had, we replaced an Allen pump, and then emergency backup power, installed temporary generator, repairs by Wajax, distribution and collection maintenance. They repaired a damaged cleanout and replaced a cap. And then, if you have your glasses on, I don't. Water performance report for both water and wastewater is the performance assessment reports. And then that moves us into the cost plus variance report that highlights how we're tracking throughout the year, where the chair was speaking earlier. So at Barry's Bay Water, we're over a little, or we're under, sorry, in Allen, because the shipment was budgeted to be, last year in September was budgeted to be here in the second quarter of 2025. However, it's now into 2023 before it's required. And staff training, as we spoke of in Q1, is still high, but is coming down. It is slowing down, as well as insurance costs, and we're waiting on a response from the for the variance. Barry's Bay Wastewater, our new trial coagulant Pax XL8 is on site. I have 1,000 liters in a tote waiting to be trialed. It's going to be around mid-September. I'm just depleting our current stock of Pass 8 prior to moving into that. So the reason for the change is to help mitigate or help assist in phosphorus removal. We feel that this chemical is much better suited. It is a little bit more pricier, but we're just going to trial it to see. But the reduction in the amount used should be much better, so it should balance itself out. Sludge haulage, as I mentioned, we've been hauling a little bit more to keep it down. We did have some maintenance in Q1 that had it already over the budgeted amount. There was a load taken in January that was $3,000. And so as I said, what we're finding is with a lower sludge volume in the plant, which requires a bit more hauling, we're seeing the plant is running better. But we're still going to try the Pax XL8 to see if how it settles. As well, the services, training, insurance costs were higher than anticipated in Q2. Again, waiting for the response from corporate regarding that.
Any comments, questions? No. I think we covered some of the topics a little earlier, but yes, Councillor Mike.
I'm just wondering, going into, well, we're in Q3 and 4, if we're going to see some leveling here and gaining, as opposed to offset the overages on the budget, or if we're going to continue to see budget lines exceeding and seeing the deficit. I mean, we're at 10,000 now, 11,000. Or should we see some offsetting of that throughout the next 2 quarters to make that a much prettier picture at the end of the year, or?
I believe so, yes. You're looking at 5979, I'm assuming. The only one I feel that's going to be closer, or that's going to be still that color, will be the sludge haulage at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm going to buy myself a honey wagon.
See,
I just need one customer, and I'd have way more money than what I got now.
if I could just interject, where do you haul it to?
The hauler right now is GFL. They're really the only one that's applicable or the only one that bid on this area. And typically it goes down near Kingston.
Did that change in the last couple of years?
Depending on what's going on in the surrounding municipalities, they do still land apply in around the Carlow area, Bancroft, kind of up around there. But they also have fields, Tamworth, as well as a holding facility by Gananoque. So, like say in December, you're not allowed to, you can't land apply. They have a storage facility there that you have to pay a premium to take it there, but they can also be taken.
Yeah, the trucking and hauling is just so
We-
crazy. Yeah.
Did we
Sorry,
or
I
did
didn't
we
mean to
not
cut you
land
off there,
apply
Dennis.
locally?
It's just something that I wanted to clarify.
I thought we were using Dombrowski's farm at one point.
There was a long, long time ago, yes. I do recall that, but that was likely with our own truck, and that one burnt in 2013, 2014.
I don't know, I think we're gonna have to look into this going forward, like $35,000 to budget for sludge haulage, and we're already exceeding that number. And we're only in the second quarter by $10,000, so we're already at $45,000. And that's only at the showing end of Q2. Like, I think maybe Aqua better buy a truck and, seriously, because that's getting pretty heavy. Like,
That's a concern.
we have to look at that. There has to be a solution there, because if these numbers keep trending, I mean, we're gonna be looking at what, 60,000 a year? Like, that's a pretty hefty number.
Yeah, the one thing we have to keep in mind is that they had additional amount of haulage, and that cleaned up one of the issues, and so there's a bit of a cost saving maybe on the other end.
Just in response to that, I believe the number you're looking at is the year-to-date actual versus the year-to-date budget. And based on calendarization, like in the first quarter, I didn't have anything budgeted. It should, there was zero, but yet there was 2,365 spent. It's 3,500 over the last 3 quarters. Yeah, the last 3. So right now, our year-to-date actuals are 9,000 over what I projected we'd have spent by the end of Q2.
Okay,
It's not that we're gonna be over at 60
no, we budgeted 35.
for the entire year.
Okay, so do you feel we'll meet that, or are we trending that we're,
We're trending that we're gonna be a little bit high, but it's not gonna be like.
okay, cause, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just looking at Q1, Q2, and I'm thinking if we're $9,000 over, then that trend continues, we'd still be another 10.
Correct. The Q2, or like the Q2 year-to-date actuals were 2,887, in which, I had only budgeted, like based on calendarization, you just kind of break it up, okay, a third are going in over these 3 quarters, because we can't haul throughout the winter typically, unless there's an emergency, which there was. But by the end of the year, they're gonna be closer.
Okay, well, that's more comforting, thank you.
It's not going.
Thank you for making me feel more comforting. On the staff training, Ashley, you're over on that. I'm curious, what staff is what's the significance? I mean, why is it over? Like, what are we training on? Is there new regulations? Like, why? I mean,
It's legislated trading, and the operators need X amount every year to maintain their licenses. And what we're seeing now is, say, maintenance people or maintenance staff, like electricians and millwrights, which we have a few here. Before, you were able to use 100% of your training to, if you were renewing your water or wastewater, but now it's broken down by how much percent of your time is spent at each facility. So it's taking staff a lot longer to be able to get to their higher levels and maintain their licenses. As renewals, they're not as bad. You still need 80 hours a year, plus X amount of continuing education units, as well as, 12 health and safety hours, and it's quite a bit. I can elaborate more on that in a.
no, I'm just curious because it's, you don't have a ton of new staff. These are, one.
No, it's every year we need X amount just to. that
So
you're
this is
able to renew.
the reduction of red tape and regulations that the current provincial government said they're going to do? Is that what
cannot
what this
comment on
is? Okay. Just
gonna
a
get- they're
facetious
gonna get better.
question /
Yes, Madam
comment.
CEO.
I'm done. Before I get mad.
Walkerton.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Say no more.
exactly. If,
Walkerton was a drunk that decided to,
it's the only area where we could get arrested for not doing our job, so that's why we want to make sure. And they're doing a good job. Thank you very much, Ashley, and I feel I can sleep at night when I know you guys are doing your job. Yes, Madam.
Just
CEO.
if I may, just read the council motion.
I'm sorry.
If I may read the council motion to
please,
approve this
yes,
report, that
yes,
would be
please.
great. Thank you through the chair. That council approve the quarterly performance report Q2 2025 as presented.
Okay, and we have, looking for somebody to move it. Councillor Blank and Councillor Sabelski. Any further comments? Don't see any. All in favor? Granted. Thank you. And thank you, and I'll pass this back. I'm sorry, 9.3, unfinished business, unless there's something, it's nothing at my attention, so unless there's any questions, nothing, Madam CAO?
Nope.
Good, thank you. I'll pass this back to the mayor.
Thank you, Chair Poplinski. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to take a lunch break and all that. When we come back, then we'll meet the chief because Councillor Sabelski is going to chair the fire protection and emergency management. So, could I have a mover to take a break? Let's say we come back at about 5 to
I don't, do
1
we
or
need
something,
that long?
or 1. What's that?
Do we need that long? Can
Well,
we
you-
come back,
Let's say 1:45.
quarter to?
Okay, so at 12:45, we will be coming back and need a motion. Counselor Poplinski, Counselor Blank, all in favor? Okay. See you at 12:45.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are back. We have the chief here. So Councillor Sabowski, you are Chair of Fire Protection and Emergency Management. It's your floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Whoops, thanks. I'll ask, this is agenda item number 1011. I'll ask our fire chief, Mr. Corey Quaid, to present a report.
Okay, I'm going to start off with background information. The doors in the North Hall have been serviced. They were binding a couple of them, so they got somebody in, a specialist in that fixed them. So they're working well. The South Hall tanker's got its annual safety inspection completed, so it's up to snuff. Training and meetings. Monica Swank and David Velasquez attended the NFPA 1041 in Innisfil Level 1 instructor course. We used to have one instructor in the South Hall. We got three. So we have three in each hall. So we'll be able to go ahead now and apply for the learning contract for the fire college. So we train internally and get our certification. Every Thursday at 1 p.m. Since the 1st of June, the MNRs are giving welfare updates. So it tells us what the issue is for the province in this area and the ratings, and how much manpower and equipment's available if something should happen. The chief building official and I inspected the dollar store right before it opened. It's met all the building and fire codes. The store passed with no issues. So it's in the old beer store, so they did well with that. The next, the fire marquee. CEO Sue Cladd reached out to the Renfrew County CAO group and asked if any of them were using fire marquee. Empire, Greater Madawaska, McNabb, Braeside all use it at the moment. The chief stated they never had any issues. The company's very good to work with. The chiefs in the county stated they have received checks after fires as quick as a month and up to 6 months, depending on the investigation with the insurance company. I've also spoken to different fire departments throughout the county, or the province, that use fire marquee. They'll cover everything from like fire blankets, use to cover lithium batteries, or electric vehicle fires. They electric blankets do not cover extinguish the fire, but does contain it till we get it put out. It also helps us cautious specialized equipment such as an excavator if it's called in to tear down a building or anything else. It covers our foam possibly if we had to use foam on a fire. The fire parts range from $1,000 to $10,000 depending on the size of the call and size of fire and insurance costs. It's brought up in the Northeastern Fire Conference that fire marquee is a revenue source for Ontario fire departments to recoup costs. A third of the Ontario fire departments do use a fire marquee. I called several insurance companies. Large companies say yes, they built in an insurance policy. If not claimed, the money goes to keep it for themselves. It doesn't as their profit. Does fire marquee increase insurance rates? No, it does not. Increase insurance rates as built into the policy. If it is not built into the policy, they collect nothing. Using fire marquee does not increase insurance rates on neighboring homes if there's a claim. Is there a cost to the municipality? No. It takes a percentage of whatever they claim, collect. They'll take a percentage of that right off the top. It doesn't cost us anything. Fire marquee is only notified by the fire chief. There's a fire for to process the claim. If the fire chief does send in a claim, there's no solicitation from marquee ever. They don't watch the newspapers or anything on the news to say, do you had a fire? Do you want us to claim for it? We don't do that. That's up to me to make that decision. We go ahead with it. The CEO clerk has submitted questions to municipal insurer who has concerns. Who had concerns which have been forwarded to the fire marquee insurance. Decision will proceed on based on our insurance. Municipal insurer approving the program, and an agreement has been revisited.
Now, is there a cost to joining this organization? No, they keep a certain percentage, okay?
Yeah.
70-30, I believe.
I believe that's what it was.
So that, if there's no cost to us, that would be worthwhile. What is your recommendation?
I think it's a good thing for the fire chiefs I talked to them all over across the province. Everybody said all it is cover off costs. Like I said, especially you start using foam or those blankets. The blankets would aim for $1,000, $2,000 for depending on the size of the vehicle. Foam is $250 to $300 a pail. So we get foam. We have to use foam to recoup their costs just on. And that's only if they have insurance coverage to cover that. That does not go against them. If they don't, then there's nothing. It's our cost again. So I think it's a good idea, but it's up to council to make that decision. Like I said, I've talked out and how many fire departments province-wide that I've met at conferences. So they said, yeah, no, it just works quite well for them.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
Just to add, oh, I'm sorry, didn't see her. Oh, if I just wanted to add, I did not bring forward the draft bylaw or seek council approval to go with the program until I hear back from our insurer. There's been, anytime there's a third-party agreement, we send it to our insurance, and they did have concerns with some of the wording. So that's been sent back to Fire Marquee, and if they don't change the wording based on what our insurance would accept, then we probably won't be bringing it forward to proceed.
So a bit of a stumbling block. Councillor Mike.
Yeah, I just, first of all, I'd like to thank Corey and Sue, because this is not the first time this has come up. And I do appreciate the thorough report now that's been provided, because it's addressed all of the questions that we were looking at. And, you know, the two issues for me were, number one, will this have an impact on individual property owners' insurance policies, or i.e. their neighbors? Like, are we bringing in something that's adding a financial burden? Clearly from this, it's saying no, because that was one of my number one concerns. And my second concern was, is there some, you never know, you know, once you get involved in these things, is there going to be a backdoor cost to us or an increase burden to staff for administration, where in 2 years we're saying, we need to hire an assistant to manage this program, and that's not what I'm reading here. So those were my two biggest concerns. I mean, from what I'm seeing here, and then clearly, Sue, what you're saying based on our insurance providing feedback, but you know, I would be in support of going forward with this. The only question I would have then, assuming we do go forward, just under that assumption, there will be revenue coming in. So I think as a council, we need to determine what are we going to do with that money, because that's not free money. It should be either automatically transferred into a equipment replacement reserve as offsetting, so it's a benefit to our taxpayers to reduce the tax burden, or very specifically allocated, because it's, you know, not to be a play account, you know what I mean, for extra shirts or ties or shoes or, you know, whatever.
Councillor Micah, would you suggest that the monies go to the fire department?
It has to.
Well, it would go, but I think we
has
need to
to.
be very clear on where the money goes. So, you know, at the end of the year, to be consolidated and deposited against or into the, you know, the biggest expense is our vehicles, you know, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for pumpers and rescue vans and whatever else. So, you know, that would be an ideal amount, that it automatically goes into the equipment reserve fund, with a report, obviously an end of year report to council saying we've recouped, because maybe there's no fires, and that would be fantastic if we didn't have a fire. But for some reason, you know what, we have $50,000. Okay, well then that gets put against the equipment replacement reserve. And that helps offset the burden to the taxpayers at large.
Yep, so through the chair, I do believe you have more information as to how and where we can apply that, correct?
That's correct. Councilor Mike, just to reiterate what you said, that's exactly what it's meant for. So they say you need to put it towards your equipment, or you can say a percentage goes for a truck, percentage goes towards your hose, like, you know, your actual frontline equipment. That's the whole reason behind it. That's the only reason we're bringing it forward, is because they take the depreciation of your truck being used, your hoses being used. That's what the whole idea behind the whole thing was, and that's the only reason we brought it forward, is to offset such large costs, because the way things have jumped on us, is to recoup the cost and not hit the taxpayer. So should it be needed, that's the whole reason behind it. Yeah, that's the only reason. It's not to buy extras, it's not to buy anything. No, it's to put in reserve exactly like you say. That's exactly my whole intention was. So 10 or 20 years down the road, truck needs replaced, hoses need replaced, nozzles. The reserve is there, we're gonna have to put the tax base up to cost, offset the cost. That's exactly the only reason behind even looking at this.
Yeah, no, it's good. So I think if the bylaw comes back, so within the bylaw itself, we'll have a line of what we'll do, where that money goes. And then it's clear, and it's clear for the auditors as well. Perfect.
Well,
Sounds good.
yeah, pending our insurer's comments.
Correct,
Yeah.
When
yes.
she gets
Yeah.
those.
Okay,
Oh, sorry,
oh,
go
no,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was about to read the next line, so, okay. Open air burning bylaw 2019-22, excuse me, amendment. I'm asking council committee to amend open air burning, air bylaw 2022, section 3.7B. No person shall set a open air fire built up area within the village of Barry's Bay, the hamlet of Cummer, or the hamlet of Wilno, and Township of Madawaska Valley. I'm asking to remove the hamlet of Cummer and the hamlet of Wilno. The bylaw would then read 3.7B, no person shall set an open air fire in a built up area within the village of Barry's Bay in the Township of Madawaska Valley. The village of Barry's Bay boundaries are identified. The residences are very close together to each other. The current bylaw helps keep the smoke, prevent our other neighbors' homes, lower chance of embers from drifting into nearby structures. Hamlets of Cummer and Willow have no identifiable boundaries, and they also residents are built a distance, quite a distance from each other. I'm seeking council direction to proceed with the proposed amendments and bring back the bylaw for approval.
Councillor Micah?
I was very happy to see this, Corey. I think it's a very positive, good first start on this. Because it's just mind-boggling that Cumbermere will know. I mean, I don't even know there's no boundaries. I mean, what do you, particularly Cumbermere, where does that start? On that side of the bridge, this side? And even within that, if you could envision it, half of them are waterfront properties. I mean, there's no difference than being in a cottage wherever. Whatever. Anyways, I am very pleased and I think it's a good start and I wholeheartedly support this. And then going forward in the future, I'd like us to review being able to have a bonfire in Barry's Bay. Because I've had a lot of people upset because they have done it over the years, it just wasn't enforced. And now we're going crazy with enforcement. And I can speak for my own backyard at 20 Drohan Street. There's absolutely no reason whatsoever why I can't have a small, contained bonfire in some type of municipally approved fire bowl, whatever you want to call it. But anyway, it's a good first start. So I support this 100%.
Thank you, Councillor Micah. Councillor Blank?
Thank you to the chair, and thank you to Corwin. I'm totally against it. I believe we need to keep those fire bans in those locations where there are numerous houses for safety. Also, because we are surrounded by forest and stuff like that. Yes, we have lakes, etc., etc. But I think we need to keep it enforced. I think it's an important part of our future. When you look at the weather changes that are coming up, I think we can all put up with a fake fire in our backyard with a tank rather than an open fire. I believe it would cause more problems than what we have at this point. I know there are no boundaries, but it's logical that if you live with in the proximity and you got 2 or 3 houses on your right, 2 or 3 on your left, one across from you, that yes, and there's trees in between, yes, there are going to be problems. So then what do you do with the fireworks? Is it the same thing as well? I am opposed to it. I think that we live in an area where fires are can cause serious problems. We've been lucky to this point, but I do not support this. I think we need to keep control of that for the future of the municipality and also for the costs. I can see us having a lot more fire calls with all kinds of extra fires within people's properties, within the hamlets of Wilno and Cumbermere. If that is the case that you want to get rid of it, then why worry about Barry's Bay? Well, as taxpayers, we want to make sure that we're not going to increase the fire department's budget by allowing it to be happening all over the place. And I think it is a poor suggestion, and I do not support it.
Thank you, Councillor Blank.
Just if I may, just for direction on this. So I think as Fire Chief wanted to review this bylaw because we've had many, it's been about 3 years where I think every year we deal with clarity on what is a hamlet, what is the boundary, what is the restriction. So I would propose that a report with a draft bylaw as to what could be proposed, including mapping, and then it come back to council to say, remove these sections or leave these sections in.
Sorry if I may again. So I grew up my entire life in Combermere, and I can tell you there isn't one bloody person in Combermere that ever thought or otherwise that you couldn't have a bonfire. I don't know what old bylaw you found from Radcliffe, and all I can think of is way back in the day, there was some kind of a benefit for insurance or something else if you had some kind of bylaw. There's never been anybody in Combermere that hasn't had a bonfire on their property. So this is something new. This messaging only started a few years ago. It didn't exist. Whether it existed, it wasn't enforced, it doesn't matter, and I will never support. We live in the country. Summer comes, people want to enjoy themselves and roast a damn marshmallow or a bloody wiener. Like, are we crazy? Enjoy your summer. This isn't, some desperate that we're all going to die by having a bloody backyard bonfire. Sorry, I disagree with you 100%, Mary, and I fully support this recommendation, and I fully support passing it today.
Through the chair. So we have to deal with the bylaw that is in place now, regardless how it came to be. And basically what this is asking is for us to bring forward a bylaw. I don't have a bylaw attached. This is for us to seek council direction to bring back a bylaw that will address this issue, this paragraph as it pertains to the hamlet of Combermere, hamlet of Wilno. So what I'm asking is that direction that comes to the table with the draft bylaw saying option 1, remove, option 2, and that we provide that clarity. So that's what I'm proposing comes back. I'm sorry.
Councillor Blank?
Thank you. And that I would agree to. I think we need to look at it further rather than just doing that today. And also in response, I lived here all my life as well too, so I'm quite aware of what's been happening within the municipality when it comes to fires and trying to keep people from starting fires within municipalities and within borders. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blank, yes. Councillor Paplinsky?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, if I could direct it to the chief, how many incidents have you had in the last year with fires in each of those communities?
Councillor Poplinski, I just about to address that. The reason we're bringing this up is because, number one, we haven't had none in the 9.5 years I've been the chief in either village or either hamlet.
I'm just wondering.
Okay, in Hamlet, we've had none. Like either Hamlet or Combermere, or we'll have to look at the thing. That's the reason I'm saying that, first of all. And also, the bylaw does state you have to be 100 feet from any other residence. And most residences in Combermere and Wilno are pretty much at that distance without measuring it. And in the village of Barry's Bay, we had probably 3 or 4 last year. Right. We get complaints every spring. It's usually in the spring. We'll get the first thing, somebody has a bonfire, so neighbor complains of getting smoke in their house, that's when we end up showing up. Have we written tickets for any of those village? No.
Thank
They've
you.
given a warrant to every one of them. But the clarification is, the bylaw already states 100 feet in any direction. Like just because the village of Barry's Bay, a lot of places like the new subdivisions are built closer, that's the reason behind it. The bylaw came into place in 2001 during amalgamation. That's what I went back to. So it wasn't before that. But I'm saying, 9.5 years, I've never responded to one complaint in Combermere about a fire or campfire or in the hamlet of Wilno. So I was thinking, just to try and make things easier for everybody and trying to be fair to, like I say, we're not an enforcement agency, we're education. So it's trying to be fair to everybody. That's the reason, that's sort of the background information behind it. So just, I hope that clarifies it a little. I understand what some councils think, but I just trying to clarify the whole scope of the whole bylaw. It's not just a...
Thanks, Corey. If I could just follow up, and I share the concerns of Councillor Bragg. And that's why I've been opposed to the fireworks every year after year. And everybody knows that I'm opposed to blowing all this money up in the air and also causing this great threat to our forests, because without our trees around here, we'd have nothing. Just take a look at the northern and western areas where it's been devastated. So I share the concern from Councillor Blank, but at the same time, I think we have to maybe look at the sort of the bigger picture in terms of, and that pretty well explains that. That's not to say you're never going to have one. You could have one, but the chances, obviously, because you talk about the lot size and the sparse, the land, the land in between. So I would agree that we should have that changed. But I also agree that we should be also reviewing our whole policy regarding fireworks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poplinski.
Just through the chair, so the fireworks is not part of this bylaw. If there is a recommendation of council to review the fireworks bylaw, then that would be like a separate item that we can bring in a different report. Having said that, I think we have enough direction of council, like to know what to bring back in a report. So I wasn't sure if is there more in your fire report, or should I?
No, I got the new firefighter part and then
Okay.
the fire columns.
Mayor?
Yeah, to Mr. Chair, I think one of the things, if we do come back into like a bylaw on this here, I think the containing of fire, because Councillor Mike had said it, because nowadays they're making a lot of these fire pits, made of steel and whatever, and it's more enclosed and all that. I think would make it safer. But having a fire in the backyard, and I just don't see a problem. But again, and look at all the wildfires that are happening here. So bring in something to us here, and then we'll go from there. How's that sound? Thank you.
Any other questions? My son purchased a fire pit for my residents, for the farm. And they have a bonfire on the back patio. Regardless of weather, regardless of dryness, etc. They have used it for 3 years now. And I've watched it, and it's very well designed. And I wonder if we could come to a consensus for the people who would like to have bonfires and people who would not like to have them. I am okay with Barry's Bay because of the buildings being closer, especially the new developments. But I am not okay with the same bylaw for Combermere or Wilno. And perhaps outdoor fires would be permitted in these communities if there was, an approved fire pit. And that would be a portable fire pit, not just something always there in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Because these are self-extinguishing, regardless of the wind. And, if they leave a fire, fall asleep. And it would have to be probably approved by our own fire department. And I can, if somebody wants to view the unit, and they were just on sale at Canadian Tire for about $200. I know that may be an expense for somebody who's trying to enjoy themselves, but they are safe, in my opinion. They are safe. And we've used them all through the summer. So that might be a compromise. The councillors who are for and councillors who are against, to reach a compromise and see how it works out. What do you think, Chief?
Sure, I can bring back a report and let you know, but like I said, we're trying to work with everybody, trying to give the general consensus, like try and work with everybody.
Yes.
And like I said, I've talked to a lot of people, and the one concern, I know a lot of people want to have campfires. Like I said, I haven't got an issue with, because I've never issued a ticket yet. I've issued warnings. The biggest problem is where the complaint that comes in usually is the smoke's going into a second story window or somebody's bedroom. That's the complaint I usually get. Somebody had a campfire. Other than that, we don't drive around looking for them. I see fire pits in town. That's not like I said, we're not the enforcers, we're here to educate. And have I laid a ticket yet in town? No. Like I said, I've never had a call in either Combermere or Wilno in the 9.5 years I've been here, so that's saying that this figure is kind of invalid.
Well, Combermere's on the water.
But I'm saying besides that,
90% of
but I'm saying besides
places
that,
are
it's
literally
built.
waterfront properties
But
now.
you-
Like,
even
what
take
are
that-
we talking about here? It's
No, I'm saying-
crazy.
Through the chair, just for the essence of time, can the fire chief complete his report? I think we're just reiterating, we do have enough direction where I will address fire pits, fire size, locations, proximity to homes, and types of approved pits. I do think
Yes.
that
Yeah,
there
I'll take
is some
that.
legislation on that,
Yep.
right?
Yes,
Okay,
there is.
thank you.
Okay,
We'll move.
I'll move along to the new firefighters. I am asking council and committee to recommend to council to hire Lawrence Byers, Matthew Kelly, and Tayala Von Augie, hope I didn't say his name wrong, as probationary fighters to South Hall. Katrina Felsky is also back to South Hall after a short leave of absence to deal with a few things she had to deal with. If we do hire these firefighters, it brings their complement of South Hall firefighters to 15.
Councillor Blank?
Thank you to the chair. Is there a probationary period for new candidates?
Year.
1 year?
Once they hand in their paperwork and get set, like once they hand it in their vulnerable sector check, they have to have their medical, they have to have that, once that, they get a hiring date, and then they'll start after that, it'll be a year's probation.
Okay. And also for the one returning short leave of absence, does that require paperwork as well?
No, but just letting you know she's back just because of the complement of people. Because I know she was off this for a short period because of a few things, and now she's back in full service.
Okay, thank you.
Just the information.
Any other comments?
Yeah. So Corey, when you assess potential new candidates for our fire department, beyond just the willingness or wanting to do it, are we also making sure that we are assessing, you know, it is a group of volunteers, sort of. There are, you know, camaraderie. There is cultures within those that people fit together, personality wise, or fitting together. Are like, you know, we sort of have to view the team and are the people new people, because that's a lot of new people all of a sudden together. Are they going to fit together personality wise and stuff as well, so that it's not going to create friction and problems? Because we just did this, we accepted one or two, I think, a month ago, and now we're like, that's a lot of new people at once, trying to meld and form into a team. And you know, there's certain camaraderies and things that go on in those fire halls to making sure that those people are going to be a part of that without that being a problem, because that's a big thing. Building the team is very important. So are we assessing that as well before recommendations are being made?
Councilor Mike, just to reiterate, like, not everybody that applies gets picked. I go through the captain, or I talk to the deputy chief down there first, and the captains. They would talk to the rest of the firefighters, see if they know these people in the community, whether they're fit or not. Some do, some don't. So the ones I recommend, having went through more or less, I vetted like through the firefighters down in the South Hall, asked them what they think, what their qualifications are. Like the one fellow has an AZ license already, he's a experienced truck driver, so that's a qualification. But I have asked if they know these people. Some people say no, they won't fit. They will fit. Like, you're not trying to personality wise, but whether they're in the area enough to be able to respond to calls. So that's the reason we passed that recommendation. That goes to North Hall also, if they know anybody and who they are. So that's the reason these recommendations are being brought forward. I have other people that just, they're not available. They just won't meet the basic requirements to join. I've had other people apply and they won't fit. They're not even applying for any job.
I think in future, these recommendations for staffing need to be addressed in a closed meeting prior to being in an open meeting with names, public names, etc. I think that's a standard protocol for any HR.
Okay.
Anyway, it is what it is now.
Do you need a motion for that?
Yes, I do, through the chair, that council and committee recommend to council to approve the chief fire official's recommendation to hire Lawrence Byers, Matthew Kelly, and Tala Fongini as probationary firefighters for the South Hall, and that hiring is conditional to onboarding documentation being completed and submitted to the payroll clerk.
Do we have a mover? David? Mayor Schulz? Seconder? Councillor Micah?
Okay.
And Ray? Yeah, and Councillor Poplinski.
Okay. Yeah, just.
All in favor?
Okay.
Okay, calls for service are up till July 17th. We responded to 43 calls in total, 34 for the North Hall and 17 for the South Hall. Now, saying that, I was on vacation for those 2 weeks, but during that 2 weeks, the calls went through the roof. They've had a lot of calls, so our call volume in the last 2 weeks is 13. So that hasn't been on the list, it'll be on the next report, but just to let you know, there've been quite a few calls for service. One was a large structure fire, one was a structure fire that we got out fairly quickly, but one was a total loss on the 25th of July at the very end of the township, so
Yep.
we spent about 10 hours there trying to put the fire out and contain the hot spots. It was not suspicious, an accidental fire.
Okay, thank you. Now, do we need a mover to adopt or?
No, that one is just
That one is
for information.
for
His next report,
Good.
also a recommendation.
Okay,
Okay, now bylaw activities. In June, the bylaw received 3 complaints for property standards, unkept properties, unkept grass, garbage. 2 properties are compliant, 1 still ongoing. There were 2 dog complaints of barking dogs. Owners were spoken to and compliant now. In July, up to July 17th, from the 1st of July, 1 dog complaint, barking dog. Spoke to the owner and it's been rectified. Ongoing property standards, 3 issued to 1 owner alone so far since March. Slowly getting compliance, but it's starting to takes quite a bit of work to get the person to listen. 1 parking complaint and a warning was issued, the vehicle was moved. Trailers on municipal property on Bornshire River. Trailers were both on municipal property and Crown land. We worked both with the bylaw and park wardens. This has been going back and forth a few times, but anytime they went out there twice before, they were on Crown land. It's at the Bornshire River by Beaver Lake, but the township owns shoreline and road land, so we went back out again. We got the complaint. There was 3 trailers on municipal property and 7 on Crown land. So us and the park wardens from the Bornshire Park were attended. The trailers during my absence, Earl Dabrowski called on site for non-compliance. Trailers plates were taken and will be submitted for invoicing. Trailers are not need to be removed. The CEO clerk and Mr. Dabrowski had many conversations with the park wardens, and we're recommending a review of our parks bylaw, including them as enforcement officers. The parks bylaw 2016-70 is being brought to the council to include permissions for park wardens to be deemed and appointed by the municipality to assist in adherence. The bylaws proximity to parks. The bylaw has also been amended to reflect municipal lands to include shoreline road allowances, not just parklands. Discussion should be had. This bylaw does include a fine structure, and parking bylaw should be amended to include issue with the park trailers on municipal lands. And then you'll see the attached bylaw with the amendments in red. So to give you a background, there had several complaints up on this property just before you get to the Bornshire Bridge on the left-hand side, where people encamping for years back and forth. They're allowed to stay 21 days on Crown land. But this year they seem to it got too crowded up there. There's too many trailers on the Crown land, so they encroached in on the municipal property, which we own the shore of 6 feet all around that lake, like most lakes we do. So when I went up there, the 3 people that did speak, they said, yeah, they'd moved by that night. I went back the next morning, they're gone, but I guess when they'd moved out, somebody else moved in, the park board did attend, so I showed them where the power, like we both agreed on the municipal boundary and provincial boundary, so we knew we were overstepping. The reason now the park board is saying possibly if they have to go up there, save us going up there, if they are allowed to tell people to move off our land, it saves us driving up for that special trip. That's no reason they're saying it could they possibly be submit for that area. That's not really for the whole township for us, but we're saying, and like right now, we have no penalty if we do catch all you say camping on any of the like Wadsworth Lake. If we have like the beach or whatever, we have nowhere to, we just tell them to get off. We really have no true penalty after we do get the first warning to get them to leave. So that's the reason we're asking for an amendment.
Well, Councillor Micah.
I think, well, I was gonna say it because I don't care. So on top of all that craziness, I think one of them out of that group had the utter audacity to phone our public works manager and complain that the road was too dusty and if they could send the water truck up and water the road. Oh dear God, it just gets better and better. Anyway, we don't, clearly they don't live here because we don't have a water truck, but you know, whatever. Legally camping on a township road allowance and then phone the township and complain that the road is too dusty. Oh dear.
Any other comments? So the bylaw that's on record here, that's an old bylaw.
Yes.
Now, is there a plan to amend it? Or what would you recommend, Colin?
Yes, Chair Sawolski, that's where, CAO did a lot of work for this while I was gone, to get this amended, be in talk with the provincial, superintendent of park warden out of Bonshire Valley. Bonshire, provincial park, not Bonshire Valley, my correction, Bonshire Park. I think it'd be a good thing, because like I said, right now, all we do is tell somebody to leave, we don't got the authority to tow them, really, we don't really got authority to even lay a charge after I do tell them to leave. No, we always issue a warning first, we don't just go in heavy-handed on anything by law. We try and work with everybody, try and be very personable. That's how we try and do it. But some people do need a wake-up call and you say, okay, it's going to cost you this much. So we're asking for that amendment. Like I said, it takes almost an hour to drive out there and an hour back without dealing with them. So that's a lot of time, and the park warden's up on that end anyway, because the park butts right, like literally right tight to us. They own most of the crown land out there. That's them and the conservation officers. They're saying if they're out there checking anyway, they can enforce it for us and let us know what the follow-up is. So that's the only reason I asked for the amendment for that section up there, not to drive around a township and do it on our older shorelines. Because we have to know the boundaries ourselves.
Yeah, so if I may, through the chair, so I redlined the original bylaw, just adding what a definition of a conservation authority officer following discussions with the park warden. So I made sure that I included the legislation that they are authorized under as well. I included, as our parks bylaw just lists our parks and infrastructure that are related to parks, it did not address shoreline or road allowances. So I added that at the bottom, that it would also, if there was parking violations on SRA and or on road allowances, and it was in proximity to park boundaries, they would be authorized as well. So this morning, as a follow-up to the discussions that we've been having, I was provided with an appointment bylaw, appointing conservation officers as bylaw enforcement officers, and it will list for all to enforce parking on all boundary roads adjacent to, or SRAs or parks adjacent to provincial parks. So I'll be bringing that at the next meeting.
So we're not passing or?
No, that's just for, we need staff direction to say, yes, please bring this, or no, we have no interest. So that's the point of the resolution.
Councillor Blank?
Thank you, to the chair. And in addition to that, can we find out a fine structure?
Yes, so to that point, the bylaw that I was provided with this morning does actually have like a parking infraction section of it. So that means that we would have to amend our parking bylaw to include those such infractions. So we wouldn't put the fines onto this bylaw. We'd have to review, once we appoint this, we would have to bring back the parking bylaw because it goes to the division registrar for approval.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Question, Corey, are there any signs up, any sort of signage prohibiting what we're talking about?
There was no camping signs up there at one point, but they're all gone, so I ordered new ones again. There were 3 signs up in that end of the township for that, like that park up in that area.
Yeah.
At Beaver Lake last year, they're put up right by on the opposite side of the Bonshire Bridge, where that little corner, like parking area is. But they've been all stolen since. That's why I drove out there and said, well, so when I walk out there, there's not even a post left.
Yeah.
The aluminum post was up there. The post is gone, the sign's gone, the whole thing on both sides of both locations. So we had 3 signs up in that township. Don't ever do like throughout our other parks through the municipality? They're still there, but those ones have disappeared.
We must have a group going around the township removing signs, because I went down to the beach, there on the river, and I see all the signs that you had up are all gone, including the ones, no dogs running at large and all that.
Oh,
I
okay.
went down there and there was several more big dog fights, and I finally left. People are just taking
Okay,
them
well, I got
down
more
and-
signs, I got the dog signs in my office, that can be
Let
easily
them run.
rectified real quick, and I got other ones in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Councillor Buck.
Just to follow up to that, we had talked about putting what the fine is on that sign as well, and that was not put on. I think we had discussed this a while ago last year, about dogs not being on leashes, and if they're caught, we also had suggested that we put on the fine on the sign, which was not done. And I think that would be very important.
Through the chair, I think that I don't know that that fine structure is attached to that bylaw, that's been approved by the division registrar. I think we have a fee structure, but I don't think it's a fine that you would be able to issue a POA
Oh, it's a
for.
fee structure, like on a schedule of fees, that's where you get that
Right.
part from, so it's a bill.
Okay, so we
Not an
could
actual
reference the bylaw for the schedule of fees?
We'd have to do that, yeah, cause it gets changed every year, or we, like you said, if we go to division register, you'd have to change your whole bylaw, your, fee structure and from
Yes.
offense ticket. Other than that's a bill.
Yeah,
That's the
so we'll
difference.
review that.
Because here, excuse me for follow-up, by the looks of it, they don't care, so I think that we need to get more enforcement and
Okay.
start to, thank you.
Councillor Micah.
So, okay, so two things. So this bylaw, this is just a sample?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not, okay.
So that would be the recommended changes that I am bringing forward to add SRA, road allowances,
Yep.
definition to enforcement, and authority for conservation officers to be able to enforce.
Okay, that looks good to me.
Okay.
I've read it through. It's very, very simple. We're not reinventing the wheel. And now that we're on to the subject of dogs again, I think a year ago, and I maybe am wrong, but I believe a year ago we had this conversation where we said dogs are not allowed on our public beaches. It's not a sign that says leash your dog, poop and scoop your dog. There ain't no dogs allowed at the public beaches.
That's signs say.
Period. Well, I've seen signs that have poop and scoop and this and that it's no dogs allowed. No dogs, no shampoo, no, like, that's it. It's not but I've got my dog on no, it's not about a leash, it's not about a poop and scoop. They ain't allowed there.
Doesn't the sign say no pets allowed? And show the dog with a red line and a cross through it.
Because I talked about other municipal property as well. And there were supposed to be signs put up that said no dogs, and instead signs have gone up that say poop and scoop, this and that. I'm confused.
Okay, so we'll add to the action item that you kind of do an assessment of the parks and what signage is there and what's required. And if there is poop and scoop as opposed to no dog, then they'll be removed and changed.
Yeah, no, I'll take pictures of all the parks and all the municipal property and
Okay, thank you.
provide it.
What's the difference?
This conversation is really going to the
Yeah.
dogs, isn't it?
Now we can talk about deer.
Alright.
Might as well cover it all today. Start with beavers.
Have you got anything else, Quan?
No, Chair Sobolski.
I would like to make a comment on the trailers. I know some people may be aware of, well, other areas in the province. And my family, about twice a year, we go to the Elk Lake area, Gauganda, and there are numerous lakes to fish in and places to hunt. And when we arrive, usually at the end of September, beginning of October, most of the parking spots are occupied by permanent trailers. And these, come from Timmins, they come from Hamilton, they come from all areas of the province, really. And this, I understand from the lodge owners that this is free parking. They're only allowed to park for 1 week, but they leave them there for months. So, some of the dissuasion that is used in that area is certain persons in the communities deflate the tires on the trailers. I don't know if that's a good solution, but it is quite annoying.
I won't log that one, thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome. But it doesn't matter where you are in Ontario. I think this is a problem. And I think some enforcement with COs would be helpful. That's it.
So through the chair, I do have a resolution, if I may, for staff direction on the Parks bylaw. That council accept the staff recommendation for the proposed changes to the Parks bylaw and it'd be brought back for council approval. And
Do
I
we
need
have a
a
mover? Councillor Mycan, seconded by Councillor Blank. All in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, municipal reports. That's prepared for mayor and council.
Okay, so,
Oh, sorry.
You can't
so
have
your
my
committee is over and done with. Now we are going to move on to, just give me a second here to get organized. We are going to move to recreation and community development, and I will pass the gavel over to Councilor Black.
Thank you, Corey.
It's all yours.
Okay, thank you. So we're at section 11, 11.1 municipal reports, 11.1.1, and that's the rec and community development updates. Hannah, will you please go ahead?
For sure. So I have a general report for you. My first item is the minor hockey change room request update. The Barry's Bay and Area Minor Hockey Association have provided an update to me on their request to transform the FAR storage room into a 6th change room. The equipment room located on the lobby side of the rink has been cleaned out and emptied to allow for shared storage with the township. The Barry's Bay and Area Minor Hockey Association are seeking a definitive answer to their initial request to change the storage room into a dressing room at no cost to the township to be used by all those who need it. After conversations with PJY staff, we are in support of this initiative. As we were not successful in our grant application to renovate our change rooms and create an accessible space, this would be a step in the right direction with the addition of non-permanent features such as benches and floor coverings that can always be moved or altered should we receive funding in the future. Transforming an existing change room into an accessible change room may also be more favorable on a future grant application. I know Mark has also been waiting patiently to hear the update to this behind me, so.
Okay, thank you for that. The only thing I can see different with this is I'm in agreement to let it go ahead, and I think council probably will discuss that as well. But the only concern is the bathrooms. There aren't any down that way. And as it is, the 5th dressing room shares with the 4th dressing room, or I forget. But bathrooms are a problem. So that's just something that the players will need to be aware of, what is available to them and at when. And then if and when we do get a grant for it, which I'm sure we will get within the next little while, that we can transform it to an accessible one. I appreciate the efforts of the, and I spoke with Mark, and sounds like that some donations are coming in, so I think it's a positive step in the right direction. And I appreciate them cleaning up and giving us some spare storage room as well. Okay, any other comments? No, so do we need a motion?
I think it was just a council agreement. I don't think that it's a formal
don't need a
motion, but I
formal
can put a
motion?
motion on the table
I
if you
think we
wish.
should at this point.
Okay.
I believe it would be. If you could take a minute to come up with one.
Okay, if you'd like to go through the rest of your report.
Sure. So I have some general facilities updates. A new freestanding triple sink has been ordered and is pending install at the Cumbermere Community Center. String lighting for the Cumbermere gazebo has arrived and will be installed. Staff are also reviewing options for lighting at the station. Both of these were budgeted for 2025.
Yep.
Ball field lighting has been ordered and is pending install. This will be a multi-year project for the next 3 years. We'll invest in the replacement of lights on 2 poles annually. There are 3 lights per pole, as noted in budget 2025. The new chiller suction valve in the plant room at PJY, a capital project, is scheduled for replacement ahead of ice making activities in September. The request for tender for the elevator design at PJY has been released. So, fun one, the air conditioner at PJY has been non-functional all summer. Council will recall that this unit is new last year, and while I did communicate we were up and running earlier in July, this was short-lived, as within 12 hours the unit experienced another failure. I've attached communication with the president of Valley Refrigeration on the explanation of the delays of the repair, which appear to be supply issues. I'm not booking any rentals upstairs at the arena for the remainder of the summer at risk of their cancellation. Our next rental is a wedding in late September. I will provide an update on lost revenue from this summer once our repairs are complete.
Okay.
And I am still just waiting. My understanding is we do need to get a new compressor and it'll have to be rebuilt. So it's significant repairs.
Can I ask? Hannah,
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
it's just on what you just said there. That is under warranty, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Correct. We are not
Okay.
paying a cent
We're
for
not
any of these
paying-
repairs.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. It's probably an important note I should have added, yeah.
And also Hannah has let them know that we are not happy with the process for a brand new thing like that to be left to the side. The only thing I want to ask too about is the ball field lighting. As long as 2 poles annually, there's 3 lights per pole. As long as they don't cross draft them so that some team is going to be blinded by the lights when the other team isn't.
Yeah, so I think,
At the time.
Yes.
no, I
Okay.
think that is definitely part of the plan to make sure that it's kind of done in a way that's, yeah.
Although it would be okay for the home team, but yeah. Okay. Councillor Peplinski.
Thank you, Chair Blank. Question, Hannah. In compliments, number 2, the string lighting, I think it's a really good idea. And I think that'll be enjoyed by all the people that are using that facility. One of the issues that I was going to bring up and ask you, and you I'm sure didn't do this, but the old garbage receptacle that used to be over closer to the washrooms has been put right in front of the gazebo where people are sitting and eating, and if you were there in the heat of the summer, it wasn't very pleasant. So.
Okay.
And actually, somebody had mentioned to me, and I stopped and I saw it, and it's been between the road and much closer to the actual gazebo, and not a very good location. So it might be convenient for somebody emptying it, but you know, it used to be over near the trees, near the old the bathroom, or the washroom. So
Sure, I can
we'll have a
let's,
look at that.
for sure, yeah, I
Okay,
will.
thank you. Just one comment too regarding stage. They are putting up the stage. Is that correct?
Yep, we are hosting an event this week that requires a stage on the arena floor, so the stage is going up right now.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll continue on.
So some general updates. In June, I heard that I had not been successful in my 2024 application to the Community Sport and Recreation Infrastructure Fund for renovations of the change rooms at PJY. I did attach my letter there. The Zurikowski Park Committee has been busy with upgrades to the park. I just wanted to give them a little shout out. This summer they replaced the existing flagpoles as well as performed significant maintenance on the railings at the gazebo, leaving them looking like new. So they've been doing great work. I've had a meeting with our website developer and the new launch date is set for October 1st. I have been meeting with all departments slowly but surely to go over the new website, and things are looking good and we're really excited. Ice making activities are scheduled for the week of September 14th, aiming for the first rentals on or around September 20th. This is the same timeline as previous years. The swim program is well underway. I'm happy with the way the program has worked out, moving from Cumbermere to Barry's Bay in alternating weeks, and I've received no negative feedback. I unfortunately received no applications for the swimming instructor sponsorship program I came to council with earlier this year. I will likely budget for this expense in 2026 and plan for an earlier launch in hopes of seeing applicants next year.
Okay.
I'll provide a full report on the swim program when we wrap up in about 2.5 weeks.
Okay, thank you. Just one thing I wanted to add is the benches that were donated are going up as well.
They
So
are beautiful.
They're really nice, and I've noticed a lot of people using them already, so it's a great project. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Maker.
I just wanted to go back, and I forgot when we were at that part, I didn't want to interrupt you. The sink size,
It's
what we discussed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure.
I'm not pulling the wool over your eyes on this one. I would not.
Okay, we don't need to know any more on that.
No, it's
Okay,
just
thank
about
you.
big enough that the damn pot will fit in it, that you can actually wash it.
It should be.
That was all, not that complicated. Okay, now, I just wanted to go back for when the ice, you're talking about putting the ice in. Here's my concern. Last year, when we were doing this, when the ice was going in, It was so hot outside. And when I went in there, the insulation in the ceiling was so soaking wet with condensation, it was dripping. And it was swollen and hanging. I know we want the ice to get in as soon as possible, but it can't be at the expense of wrecking the facility. Because I'm telling you, I don't know how that didn't let go and come down. We cannot be putting it in when it's that hot out. And Mark, I'm glad you're sitting here. I know you're the biggest advocate in the world, and if we could put it in, never take it out, that would probably be ideal. But we have to be realistic. It is an extremely expensive facility. It is costing enormous amounts of money, and we cannot rush that ice in at the expense of ruining things. Now, I also know that the exhaust fan went last year, and there was a discussion, and Hillary was to contact the company and ask just the simple question, are we putting too much stress on that machinery being so hot outside? I never did see anything come back to council. It's not a bad question. I think it's a responsible question to ask. Again, these pieces of equipment are not hundreds of dollars. They're, we're hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's great to have the ideal, but we have to be realistic in the reality of what that means for the facility. So again, just arbitrarily saying September 20th, I think weather plays a factor, unless the professionals come back and say, nope, there's no problem there whatsoever. That can be saturated and dripping. They had fans blowing all over the place. There were puddles of water. Like it was not good. Like it was just not good. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm asking. I'm not really asking anything. I'm saying we need to, we can't just pick a date out of thin air because it's weather dependent.
Okay, so I'll follow up with a little bit on that too. I think the exhaust fans was the problem last year. They weren't working, but we got it going. The other thing is we do have plans for a restart date in case the weather does not. We always have plans for at least a week delay in it. That's correct?
So we have to schedule the plant turning on, and it's not something staff can do. We have to have Simcoe come in and we have to have ice making. So it is stuff that we schedule in advance. We can look at kind of like a rain date, quote unquote, hot weather date, to see if we can have a week later, depending on what September is going to look like this year. We don't believe we have one right now.
Because I think that did happen in the past, and even last year, David Pekarski had stated that if it isn't up to standards there, we'll delay the opening by a week. So I think that that's something that's already in the playbook. But we do have to keep the doors closed and the fans going and making sure that it's all going. I know it's been a problem right through, and we don't know what the weather's going to bring, but I'm sure you guys will keep on that. Thank you.
For sure, we are conscious of the common sense around we wouldn't be making ice in 30-degree.
Like Simcoe needs to be talked to, the exhaust fan people, whoever they are, those companies, and we need to look at that because the arena wasn't built to put ice in all year round. It's just not that. So.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Also, just wanted to go through a few things. We have had many community events lately and sponsored by many groups. We've had the CO Blitz done by CO Rec. We've had the Station Keepers do a thing. We've had Barry's Bay Rec with music in the park. The library has some ongoing things. And we had a successful fishing derby here a few weeks ago. It was a smaller crowd, but they do hope to have a larger crowd the next time. So I think the community is very involved, and it's good to see people attending all these programs and events, as well as the July 1st fireworks. And I think we're working on plans for that for next year as well, are we not, Hannah?
Always, yeah. So by November, I'll be ordering fireworks again.
Yeah, and I think you had talked about increasing it. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's Corwin and I had a discussion about potentially increasing the budget for fireworks. We haven't increased it in the last 4 years, and it is starting to show. The show is getting a lot shorter. And obviously, like everything else, fireworks cost a bit more money. So we're going to look at that as well as review different suppliers as well and see where we can get the best bang for our buck. So that's discussions Corwin and I have had.
All right.
Nice pun there, a bang for your buck.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll. This is part of information. Now we'll go to 11.1.2.
Sorry, Mary, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, two more things, Hannah. That's really unfortunate about the grant that we didn't get, but when I read in here, it's actually giving you, you can talk to somebody on how to strengthen. Have we reached out to?
Yes. So
Okay.
whenever I'm not
Has that been
successful for a
helpful?
grant, it is generally. So with this one, I did reach out, and because this was a one-time grant and there's no future iterations scheduled, she recommended I not meet with her yet. And if a new intake is announced, I will then meet with her so I can have them increase my chances of success.
Is there somewhere we can go in to look on who received the grants? Do you know what I
Yes.
mean?
Yep.
Where-
Yeah.
And so you can see what are they, I mean, this always happens. The government gets we want to kind of support this and that. So, what did they apply for? How much?
This is
you know,
a
the
regular,
wording.
yeah. So this is a regular process I go through as well. So whenever
Yeah.
a new grant pops up, I review previous projects just to sometimes to get inspiration or to see what they are funding. So that's something I do. Whenever I do reach out to communities to ask questions about their grant applications, they're always really generous, as am I if people ask me.
Yeah.
So it works really well. But yes, so those are things that I do when I'm looking at grant applications.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
The swim program sponsorship thing. We need to pursue that. I'm wondering if there was an independent swimming instructor. I think she was from Bancroft. This was a few years ago. She's sort of on her own.
Jasmine Scott.
Was that who it was? And I think it was at Pine Cliff at the
Yes.
pool. I'm wondering if we could work with her and set something up over the winter, whether it be at Pine Cliff or at Sunny Hill, to offer that. A training, a local training, then maybe we would have the uptake. Like if it was all
Right.
one package, do you know what I mean? We could have an option that we will offer that and then take a few applications. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so Jasmine actually came, I hired her to do our examinations of our bronze this year, and 2 of our 3 swim instructors were taught by Jasmine. So she's familiar with us, and so I can kind of chat with her and our lead instructor to see if there's other ideas other than just have your parents drive you to Pembroke kind of thing.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if you called, the owners at either of those facilities and try to work out a deal, because there's 2 pools in this township that are public pools that you can, particularly up at Sunny Hill, it's not as busy as Pine Cliff is. So that could absolutely, an evening, like after supper in an evening, I think there would be a deal to be worked out there that could easily work. Anyway, just
Okay,
food for
thank
thought.
you.
We can talk about it later. I just happen to see it
Mayor
here while it's on
Schulist.
my top of my head.
Yeah, through, Madam Chair. Before you go on to the next report, I think maybe what we should take care of is this minor hockey change room. Did you have a recommendation for that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
So through the chair, Councillor Blaine, can I?
Yes, go ahead,
thank you.
please.
That council accept the request from BBA MHA to change the storage room into a dressing room at no cost at the PJYCC, at no cost to the Township of Madawaska Valley, to be used by all for the interim as staff continues to apply for funding to retrofit this area for accessibility.
Okay, thank you. I will make that motion. We have a seconder. Councillor Micah, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. And I just wanted to add there too, the Wilno Rink Committee has been working very diligently on putting the rink up to date. And there's a Flannel Fest meeting coming up soon, so there's lots on the agenda. Okay, now item number 11.1.2, RFP.
So the request for proposal for the canteen operation at the PJY for the upcoming ice season was released on Friday, July 4th, and it closed on Wednesday, July 30th. It was advertised in the local paper and on social media platforms. In total, 2 submissions were received and evaluated using the criteria supplied within the tender documents. The proposal with the most points came from What the Fudge Berries Bay. Staff are therefore recommending that What the Fudge Berries Bay be awarded a contract to run the canteen in the 25-26 season.
Okay.
I do have a note there that council may allow for an extension of the lease following the 25-26 season on staff recommendation and assuming the tenant is in good standing without the need to go to tender next year.
Okay, so how close were the 2 RFPs?
So it was a difference of about 30 points. There was
Okay.
a significant difference in the proposed hours of operation. One supplied them and one did not.
Okay, because the hours of operation is very, very important, as we all know, for the different events coming up. And sometimes there's new things that start that we have no control over that really need to be addressed. And the other question was, I lost it, but that's okay. Okay, so any other questions from council regarding the tender?
Nope.
Okay, we'll need a mover to recommend. The council approve the, go ahead, Sue, please.
Through the chair, the council approved the staff recommendation to accept the proposal submitted by What the Fudge Barry's Bay in response to the MV 2025-11 canteen operation at PJYCC 2025-26 ice season for a monthly rent fee of $500.
Okay, just to comment on that as well, I remember what it was. Assuming the tenant is in good standing, if we look to recommend it for the next season, I think that that's up to council. I think it's only going to be an annual thing, I believe, at this
Through
point.
the chair, I do believe that that was last year, the direction of staff, that yes, we would be coming to council with
thank
an
you.
RFP.
Right. So do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Sobolski, all in flavor? Flavor of the fudge? Carried, thank you. And there's correspondence and information. There is the BIA meeting minutes. I don't respond to that, but there's nothing. That's you.
Yeah, it's just item 11.2.1 BIA meeting minutes, jeepers, from April 2025. Unless there's any questions, we'll accept as information.
Okay, thank you. And 11.3, and the unfinished business. Seeing none, and we are done. Thank you. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, we'll need a resolution to proceed with the meeting as per our procedural bylaw. We are at the 2 o'clock, so I would need a motion of council to continue the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, and so that is the motion then?
Yes.
To continue, okay. Need a mover?
We have to have a time limit on it?
Oh, yeah.
You can put a time, 4 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm hoping it won't go to 4, but we
It's up
can
to council.
put that in there, right? So, okay, so a motion, Councillor Propinski, Councillor Blank,
Okay.
all in favor? Okay, we are going to continue then.
Thank you.
Okay, now, we're under planning and development, 12.1.1. There's a development agreement, Part Law 21, Concession 10, Hopefield Road. And found on pages 143 to 156. Now, do we have oh, well, there she is. There you
Yes,
go.
Janine is patiently waiting on
yeah.
screen. And we also have Andy at the table.
Okay, thank you. So, Janine, you want to take over?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. So the report before you is for the execution of a development agreement with Jersey and Hannah Chalyubinski, being the registered owners of the property located in Part Lot 21, Concession 10, Geographic Township of Radcliffe in the Township of Madawaska Valley, which is located on Hopefield Road towards the south side of Wadsworth Lake. For some background, the property was previously subject to 3 consent applications, B12622, B12722, and B12822, which were each granted approval from the County of Renfrew on October 10th, 2024, to permit the creation of 3 new residential lots. So as part of the conditions of consent, the owners are required to enter into a development agreement with the township to implement the recommendations outlined in the septic assessment, which was prepared by GHD and dated October 21st, 2021. In order to meet this condition, the agreement is to be registered on title to the severed and retained lands. So a draft bylaw for the development agreement has been prepared for the committee's review and is attached to this report. Subject to the direction of the committee, it is the intention of staff to bring forward a final bylaw at the August 19th, 2025 regular meeting of council for approval. That is my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam CEO.
Just for background information for the new council members, and just a refresher for council, this is the area that's adjacent across from Wadsworth Lake. And upon requesting approval of the severance, staff advised that that was an area that is used for public parking. So therefore, the work that has been done with staff through Andy and Hillary, as well as the engineers, was to ensure that the driveways accessing these properties would be at a favorable location, which has been approved by the applicants. And we will now bring, and what she's presented to you is that development agreement.
Now, there's a recommendation, Madam CEO. Could you read it, please?
Yes, I can. Through the chair, that the committee receive this report for the execution of a development agreement as information, and that the committee directs staff to bring forward a final bylaw to the August 19, 2025 regular meeting of council to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a development agreement with Jersey and Hannah Shalubinski, being the registered owners of Part Lot 21, Concession 10, Geographic Township of Radcliffe in the Township of Madawaska Valley, to be registered on the title to the severed and retained lands.
Okay, and I need a mover. Councillor Poplinski moves it, seconded by Councillor Blank. Any discussion on this matter? I think we've all gone through this. Okay, all in favor? That is carried. And thank you, Janine. You're probably on the next one too, are you?
I am, yes.
Give me a second then. And this is 12.1. Point 2, development agreement, 60 Kubashevsky Road, Davenport, found on pages 157, 168. Janine, please.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So this next report is also for the execution of a development agreement. This agreement would be with Bruce and Patricia Davenport, who are the registered owners of 60 Kubeshki Road. For some brief background, the property was previously subject to two consent applications, B-14124 and B-14224, which were granted approval from the County of Renfrew on April 9th, 2025, to permit the creation of two new residential lots. As part of the conditions of consent, the owners are required to enter into a development agreement with the township to implement the recommendations outlined in the hydrogeological evaluation prepared by JP2G Consultants dated September 23rd, 2024. So a draft bylaw for the development agreement has been prepared for the committee's review and is attached to this report. And subject to the direction of the committee, it is the intention of staff to bring forward the final bylaw at the August 19th, 2025 regular meeting of council for approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for Janine? No? Okay, so what I'll do, oh yeah, go ahead.
Janine, how big are these lots? I noticed in both reports, there's no reference to lot size.
For Davenport, I would have to double check. I don't have that information with me right now. That did go through the county's consent process. I'm not sure if perhaps maybe staff might have an idea of it. Otherwise, I can bring that information to council.
No. I just don't bring it back because we're gonna.
I think the reason for the hydro-G studies were because they weren't meeting the minimum criteria of 2 hectares, if I'm not mistaken, whatever the county has now. And I think they're less than that, Janine, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that would most likely be the reason for the hydrogeological evaluation, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a recommendation, Madam CEO.
Thank you through the chair that the committee receive this report for the execution of a development agreement as information, and that the committee directs staff to bring forward a final bylaw to the August 19, 2025 regular meeting of council to authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into a development agreement with Bruce and Patricia Davenport, being the registered owners of 60 Kubashevsky Road, to be registered on the title to the severed and retained lands.
Motion. Councillor Poplinski, seconder, Councillor Blank. Any further discussions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you, Janine. I think you're pretty well finished, aren't you? There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Janine.
Thank you.
Okay, next one here is We have under correspondence and information, there's a, from the County of Renfrew, passes bylaw 89-25, adopting amendment 47 to the official plan. On this one here is, I know that we have not, this has been kind of discussed, and I know Mayor Wilmer had been part of the discussion, but they ended up passing this here. And I know it is a community improvement plan and stuff like that. And we never ended up getting into it. And if we don't have access to the money from the county. And it kind of bothers me in a lot of ways is that even if we didn't approve or like the plan, we still may end up paying out of our tax dollars that we send to county. So I don't know how council would feel, but if we could maybe bring somebody in here from county as a delegation and maybe educate us a little bit, but again, it's up to council. Madam CEO, maybe you have something.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt. Just wanted to add, may have just been forgotten because it was, I believe, in June when it was brought to council that staff would like to bring in the county, and they do have a delegation coming up, I believe, in September. Just to explain the program and to see the benefits and, if there's direction to get more information on that, but to give our council the opportunity to ask questions and to get more clarification on the benefits of the program and or how it affects us. So this has already been implemented.
Thank you for being proactive. Okay, sounds good. So we'll just move on then, unless somebody else has any questions. Okay. Next one here is the Chief Building Official Monthly Report. This is about building permits, stats for permits type as of July 2025. So, everybody has the report here. Any questions on any of these matters? All I see is millions and millions of dollars, but does it help us? So anyway, any comments here at this table? Okay, it looks like everybody is satisfied with it. Again, it looks like we're growing, and that's a good thing. All right, we're going to now move on to outstanding matters. There's a verbal update, Forbes Simpson Senior Planner, zoning bylaw review stats update. Okay, Madam CEO, maybe you could.
We have,
we have
actually
somebody on,
the
okay.
senior planner, Forbes, is on Zoom. Thank you, Forbes. Can you hear us?
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It's all yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Council. In working with your CAO and staff, we felt that it was important that we give Council an update as to where we are in the zoning bylaw update project process, where we are in our timeline. We've completed a discussion draft. We've had a chance to review it with staff. We've done a complete overhaul of your land use schedules, and we now feel we've got a document that's ready for public review. We're calling it the discussion draft. The document, we're hoping, would go to an open house late at the end of this month, and then public meetings in September. And that's in efforts to catch the tourists, the seasonal tourists. Typically, I look at that as May 24th till Thanksgiving weekend is the window. And hopefully we'll be able to get the document in front of the public for their comments. It's important for council to realize that there is all kinds of time available yet for council to jump in and provide comment and direction on this document. We're continuing to work with staff on a daily basis on the document as well. And it's very much what I call a discussion draft. And The idea, though, I think, is to get through the public process, get their comments, and then sort of regroup, see where we are, see what the comments consist of, and then strategize on moving forward towards approval of the update of the bylaw. That's the verbal update I have for you at this time. We do have a document that's entitled the discussion draft that's with staff right now. We're hoping to be able to get that on your website, plus the notice going out to the public for the open house and public meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any, and I'm sure you might.
Okay. Councillor Micah, I'm sure you have a question.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that there's been numerous discussions with staff, and you now have a document that you're ready to go public that council has never seen. I think we've missed a step here, that needs to come to council first, for council input, before we ever go out to the public with anything. And then after that, of course, there's much time for council to put input into it. But I just cannot, like, what, we're the last people on the planet to see a document? And we're the council.
Okay, can anybody explain this here,
Well,
Madam
so
CEO?
for all due respect, I think Forbes wanted to add something, and that's why we're having this discussion. Councillor Micah?
Don't disagree with you, Councillor. Ideally, the work plan would produce a discussion draft for council to review. And that's the typical procedure. In this case, however, it was identified to ourselves that there was some urgency to get the matter before the public, the tourist public during the tourist season. And to accommodate that, we're running things concurrently. I think that it's extremely important that council has a review of it. If it is not critical to get the matter before the public in the end of August or September, I think we would then have an opportunity to bring it back to council, have a wholesome discussion before it would go to the public. But I'm at your direction, council. If you want to spend time and review it, I'm all in favor of that.
Okay,
If you want to expedite the process, this is how you would do it.
Okay, Madam CEO, and then I want to hear from council. Thank you.
Yep. So through the chair, I was the one that called Forbes the last few weeks ago and just reminded of where we were at with the Gantt chart, where the Gantt chart was approved by council as to the steps, and council was favorable and actually insisting that we have at least 2 public meetings, to which I stated to Mr. Simon that we needed to come to council, and in order to have the public meetings, we need 20 days of public notice before you hold the public meeting. And that's why we're having the discussion today. So the red line version is finished and now ready for council to review. The question for Mr. Forbes is, do we do this at the same time and put out our notice so that in 20 days we have the public meeting? And so that's why it's at the table today. So if council is in agreement, because I didn't want it getting to a point where now with the 20 days notice means that the public meetings are in November, as October, November, as opposed to August and September. So that's why we're having the discussion.
I can see
And
that.
as Forbes has expressed, however council wishes to proceed is what we will do.
Yeah, and I think I can sense that it is time sensitive in a way, because we want to make sure that all our residents, especially our tourists and also our cottagers and so on, that are in the area, and they can participate. So this is what I'm kind of reading into it. I'd like to get some comments from council. Councillor Poplinski.
First of all, being a newcomer back on council, I'd just like to have a little information. What are we reviewing? Is it zoning bylaws? Is it?
Yes, so if you recall the big zoning bylaw, through the chair, 2006-26, every 5 years, we're responsible to do the review. So that's what we're doing, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? No. Okay, well, I guess,
I just
yeah,
want
go
to,
ahead.
so my
Councilor
concern
Michael.
is this again, we always seem to be doing staff over, council, don't worry about you guys, and we're the ones elected here, okay? We're the ones elected. We're the ones that are going to take the shit over this, quite frankly. So without even seeing or reviewing a document, we're going to go out to the public, sit in a public meeting. We're seeing it for the first times, and anybody out there that's mad about anything, they're not going to be yelling at staff. They're going to be yelling at council, and it's us that are on the line. And we're going to be sitting there like fools, not having a clue, because we've not participated in it. We have had no input in this process. We've seen nothing since this process started, other than we're going to do review. There's been no meetings talking about what needs to be changed. Staff has not come to council and said, these are the things that we're recommending, having a discussion with council in closed, et cetera, et cetera. So now we have a completed document with zero input, no nothing, and rush out the door to the public because we're behind schedule.
So if I may, through the chair, this is not about scheduling. This is to ensure that we are trying to adhere to council wanting 2 public meetings and that's what we're
Back
clarifying.
the bus up, that's what council said at the beginning.
Yes.
But how come there's been no meetings with council before these 2 public meetings?
So to your point, all of the changes that were proposed, that came from the notes from the former planner, Mr. Lubetsky, that came from the planner when council met Mr. Simon. What are some of the priorities? And different councils identified their priorities, and that's what they've identified in there, what their priorities are. So the beginning of the conversation, Mr. Forbes said, we have a red line document prepared to send to council. The next statement needs to be, how would you like to proceed?
Well, that's
So-
not what I heard Mr. Forbes say.
Yeah.
Mr. Forbes said we will have a document prepared. Let's go to the public. There's been no discussion between bringing that to council prior to even talking about sending it out to the public. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, well,
Just
let's-
council, should this not be presented to council with all the changes that have been made so that we are aware of what's even in the document before it goes out to the public?
Forbes,
Which is
your input, please?
I think that what we have here is a situation where I agree 100% with the counselor. I think there should be a council review of this. And the effort that we're trying to make is to compress the schedule and to run things concurrently. And if that is uncomfortable for council, I appreciate that very much. I will be in your council chambers to discuss this with you, line by line, at your earliest convenience. That's a commitment that we made in the project outline, and I'm prepared to do that. That would mean that we would probably delay the open house and public meeting for a month, and that they would be held in October instead of September, which I still think is a window that catches the seasonal residents of your community. And so I think we can certainly do all that we set out to do, and take the time now to review the document with council. I think that that's an appropriate thing to do, but it would mean we delay the public engagement for a month, which again is not the end of the world.
Can we have this document and in a couple of weeks we have a council meeting? Would that give us enough time to go over it? And or would we have to have a special council meeting? Go ahead, Madam CEO.
Well, through the chair, I think it should be a special council meeting because it's specific to that purpose.
This is time sensitive, and so council, when would you like to have this meeting? Because I think we should act on this. Of course, like I said, we need the document to review. So when is everybody free? I know I got some scheduling myself, but
Well, I can send out some tentative dates based on the schedules that we have
okay.
in your calendars for the next 2 weeks, and I can forward it to Forbes as well to see if we can hold a special council meeting.
Let's do it. Get the dates out, and hopefully we can get together as soon as we possibly can. Because I don't mind getting into a special council meeting. Yes, Councillor Blank.
Thanks. So the document will be ready?
Sorry, through the chair, it was forwarded to me yesterday. I was waiting for this discussion, so as you were talking, it's already in your inboxes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Micah, for making us aware of this. And Forbes, I think it's all coming together here. So if we could see if we could all get into one room and discuss all this, hopefully we can get this out there to the public.
I think that would be a great thing, sir. I'm happy to accommodate you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, sir. All right. So, now under finance, we have, under municipal reports, we have property tax updates, and we do have with us is Janice. It's all yours.
Okay, well, I guess you all have the report, and I don't really have anything special to add to that, just that we are continuing to get on people, and it seems to be working. So we're getting the arrears down, I think, hopefully by the end of the year, lower than they've been for quite some time. And we do have the 3 property tax sales coming up on September 24th, and those are 3 that have been on the books for quite some time. So those ones hopefully will sell. If not, then we'll have to make a decision whether we vest them or not. But if they do sell, we would recover $9,000 of tax, like actual tax money. The rest will be penalty and whatnot. And I have sent an additional 5 properties for registration. So approximately a year from now or a little bit later, if they have not made payment arrangements or paid them up in full, those 5 will be sold off next year. And I guess with the arrears, now that total that I gave you is at the end of June and at the end of July. So the unpaid tax total, the 725, that's down to 704, 329.77 now, as of the end of July. So it is like each month we're chipping away at it. E-billing, we keep trying to push homeowners towards every time they call, if they have an inquiry or they would like a bill copy or something, we direct them to the e-billing sign up, because there they can have all that information for themselves. So we do have 248. That's water. A few of those are water only, and some are water and taxes. And lastly, we are working very hard at the moment to get the OPP charge to appear on the bills. So we're not there yet. It's with like software. So that's what I was doing today. The software company is helping us right now, because of course it's not straightforward. But I think with their help we'll have it done, and should still be in plenty of time. So we hope to send the bills out usually around the last week of August or possibly the week before. So I'm hoping that we get that charge added on smoothly. Everything else is like good to go. Okay. So, and I think that's all I have. Yep.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Janice while we've got her here? I think a good report here. Thank you very much. Okay. I think we can move on to the next one.
All right,
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice.
And that is received as information. Okay, and now here we have 13.1.2, organizational chart 2025-2026. And Madam CEO, please give us a report on this.
So thank you. So the org chart presentation is based on the meeting that was held July 15th, approving the recommendations from the Cornerstone Incorporated Kelly Howe's report. It reflects the new grid results of job weighting of the positions that were identified in that report, as well as, if you recall, there was some job title and it's more for the organization than it doesn't affect the job. It's just to level out which ones are managers, which ones are supervisors, and as you recall, you approved the team leads, so just to name those as supervisors. And then the new grid reflects results of job weighting of the CBO, the Recreation Community Development Coordinator, and the Planning and Facilities Supervisor, effective July 15th, 2025. 2025. And I have attached, let me see if I can, sorry, just jumped here. And I have attached it as I have attached what the charts were, how we started reviewing it, as well as what was discussed as staff would bring forward as proposal for 2026 for council consideration with business plan and job description. So the one that says organizational chart, departmental staffing overview is the one that we started with, identifying that the reason for the review was to redistribute parks staff in recreation facilities under recreation department, to redistribute some full-time, part-time under public works. And then the chart effective July 15th, 2025 was to identify where we are as it pertains to approvals of the positions. So as we had to do the the employment bylaw to match the organizational chart, the proposed title changes were superintendent of operations versus manager, and public works and waste management manager of for Mike Phillips, which was recommendation from the operations manager. And then it just identifies the reporting structures. So the boxes that are highlighted are the areas where it was either just a title change, a change in role responsibility, or a change in structure. So the change in structure is the ones from parks that were moved under recreation, and then the change in reporting was just the David Pekarski, Supervisor Facilities and Parks, reporting to recreation as opposed to public works, and then everyone else that is currently under facilities parks stays under facilities and parks supervision. And then the last, and then the other one is, and it clearly states that it's for 2026 discussion, does not have any bearings on any budgets in 2025 or any approvals. They would have to be approved through council as part of the 2026 budget review. And those were discussed as well during the meeting.
That's it? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, we had a lot of discussions definitely at the July 15th meeting. So what I'd like to do here is, because I think it's time to make a decision and also to move forward with this here. I think we've hashed it out quite reasonable. And so I'm looking for a person that would like to move this.
If I may just remember some clarification.
Maybe you read the recommendation.
Sorry, but I did also just want to add some background. So attached to this changes, so the 2025-65 bylaw is the one that council approved the 2.4% COLA retroactive to January 1st, 2025. So that is the 2024 employment grid that had the 2.4% COLA. And then the 2025-66 reflects the new organizational chart, which is the step 6 wage grid. So as per council, it is clear that the existing 5-step wage grid with a merit step is changed to a 6-step wage grid effective January 1st, 2026. And then removing, there was a section vehicle allowance being removed effective January 1st, 2026. And then the volunteer training employees who attend approved related training will be entitled to $150 per day. It's presently $100, and that would be approved in the 2026 budget as well. Just wanted to add it in there so that it doesn't get missed. It was a recommendation that got missed from the fire chief, and because it doesn't go to the schedule of fees, it would come into this bylaw, but then again, that would be effective for council approval January 1st, 2026. The new grid reflects results of the job weighting for the CBO, Recreation, Community Development, and Planning and Facilities Supervisor effective July 15, 2025. And then no other implementations happen until January 1st, 2026.
Okay, we do have a recommendation. If you could read that, Madam CEO,
Sure. Just let me go back to the
or
recommendation.
is there more?
No, that's it. Thank you. Council approved the new organizational chart changes as presented by Cornerstone effective July 15, 2025. And that council directs staff to bring proposals forward for council consideration for 2026, budgetary deliberations for proposed organizational changes in 2026.
Okay, I'm looking for a mover. Councillor Poplinski?
No, I'm sorry, sir, I had my hand up, I had a question.
Oh, yeah, well,
before
let's
I vote
let's
on-
move this, let's move it, and then we'll have discussion.
I can't vote for something I don't understand.
Okay, so
Some
a
questions
mover
I've got.
is Councillor Blank. Seconder, I'll second that for discussion. Okay. You have a question, sir.
I do, sir, and thank you. Related to the manager of recreation community services at the last meeting, this position was being offered to that particular person with the expectation that things were gonna work out. I haven't had any information back on that, but obviously it's a go, but I would just like some clarification if that's the way, I think you were to report to council on that and give us how it was working out.
Yep.
And so if that's the case, then I certainly support that. My other question is I look at this, and I look at the manager of planning, and he's also responsible for the animal control. Understand it's a bylaw, and bylaws, of course, are looked after by our fire chief, bylaw enforcement officer combined. The issue with so much time spent on fire, so much time on animal control, almost prevents the current situation where there's somebody around all the time. It looks like that's a big problem. And is there an expectation that the manager of planning will then put his tools down and go out and catch the dogs, or or is he allowed to talk to somebody else on staff in some other department? How does that work?
Madam CEO.
If I may, and thank you for bringing that up, and that's why we added the 2026 proposal. If you look at the 2026 proposal, we were hoping to move that section to a contract and not have bylaw enforcement. But we couldn't do it within this fiscal year because we had not budgeted accordingly. And bylaw has always been under planning. So the 2026 chart that you see where staff has to bring a proposal to council saying we want bylaw to be a contract and that it not be under planning. And that's why I identified that 14 hours because presently the fire chief, and you were correct, Councillor Micah, I was double checking the 7 hours to 14 hours. There's 14 hours identified through bylaw that we would just issue as a as needed, when needed contract for bylaw.
Okay.
And so that's why that 2026 chart, because we kind of talked about both and we wanted to address that
That would
gap.
be the ideal situation, but we're still in 25 and got to deal with the current situation.
Yeah.
So is it incumbent then on the manager of planning and building to make sure there's somebody attending those calls?
Yes,
And
to
how does
oh,
that,
sorry.
how does that come about? Do they have this understanding? I'd like to know how this worked out.
Yeah, and thank you for asking the question. So presently, the alternate is our building inspector. Earl is the alternate under building, and this week, Andy can attest, was the perfect week to show that. So between Andy and Earl, in the absence of the bylaw officer, they addressed two licensing issue as well as the trailer issue and then a complaint. So just in the interim, then it does report through Andy who directs the alternate bylaw.
So he's
which is
got the
Earl.
authority to do that.
He does, yes. He's by appointment the alternate, and not sure that that's the best solution either at this point, but he was appointed, I think, when he was hired as the alternate for bylaw.
So would he have to speak with the manager of that particular other and arrange that?
Yeah, he was referring to, how to schedule the appointments, to be able to attend and to ensure that, in one situation, it was recommended by the manager that he attend with a park ranger to ensure he wasn't alone on the site.
Okay, I have a much better understanding than how that would work, because it's one thing to, it looks wonderful on paper,
Yeah.
but how do we make it work is really, you got a great cohesion in the team and everybody is pulling together and that's wonderful.
Yeah, and I think to your point, that's why we added the second chart for 2026, because we still felt there was a gap there. But we wanted to let this work the way it is for the remainder of 2025 and then be able to bring cost and logistics and analysis to council for 26.
Okay, any other discussion at this table from council? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. It's good to see that we're moving forward with this here, because we've been discussing it for quite a long time. So, now what we're into here is 13.1.3. I think this is very, very important. We need to make some kind of decision. And I know election time is coming up. It's a long time away, but it's not. So we have to make some decisions on which way we're going to go with our elections process and that. Madam CEO, could you fill in the report? Thank you.
Yes, so the report, the two reports that council was provided with yesterday, I've attached our original report from April 1st is still the recommendation to council. I have attached it for the background for the new councillors. So basically what we are seeking is, as was recommended in April 1st, to approve the use of in-person and internet/telephone voting methods with the addition of purchasing a vote tabulator for the 2026 municipal and school board election. In that council and committee direct staff to bring the final bylaw to the upcoming regular council meeting. Just to give some background on where we were at prior to the two new members, there was direction given to proceed with RFP for a tabulator. I was able to join an RFP that was going out with 7 other municipalities to be able to benefit from the 5% reduction. I did provide some council, in addition to our April 1st meeting, just a bit of background so that we understand what we presently have and what is requested. So in 2006, bylaw 2006-49 authorized the vote by mail for 2006 and subsequent. So in all of the years since 2006, all municipal elections were in person as well as mail-in voting. Just part of the reasoning, if council asking why moving away from mail-in voting and going to internet, is cost as well as efficiencies. So some of what we heard following the last mail-in voting was the short timelines from when you receive your package, when you have to get it in the mail, and some of the issues being returned in time for the day of the election to be counted. In 2006, a stamp was 85 cents. In 2025, a stamp is now $1.44. We don't know what the cost of stamp will be in 2026. If we stay with mail-in voting, you pay two ways. So you pay for the mail-out for the package, but inside that package is a postage paid return envelope, which means the cost per ballot for mail-out was $2.88. Vote by in 2022 vote by mail based on voter view data results showed that we had 5,889 eligible voters and we have 3,072 addresses. So the reason for those eligible voters is you have some properties that may have 7 people listed. They each qualify to vote. And that's where the numbers come from. Some are tenants, some are owners. And the votes contract proceeding with the cost of a tabulator, and if we proceed with internet telephone, has used those numbers as the assumption. So usually what you do is in January, we'd have to go through the voter list and we would provide new numbers as to what those eligible voters are. So as I go through the report, the 2022 election cost was approximately $35,870. Since the election, we have contributed to reserve $9,000 in 23, $9,000 in 24, $15,000 in 25. The municipality has in reserve at this point $33,000 in election reserve, and the balance that will be required is budgeted in the 2026. The reason we increased to $15,000 in 2025 was discussions about the use of tabulator and not sure about the cost of Canada Post, and we didn't want to have too much cost added to the taxation year in 2026. So I was instructed by council to proceed with the joint RFP, and that is the on the other report is the draft agreement with Voights to proceed. So what I attached to this report was the April 1st report that had come to council, and we did not make a decision on the alternate voting at that time. The resolution in that meeting was what I have read, to approve the use of in-person and internet telephone voting methods with the addition of the purchase of a tabulator. The options within this report, we had provided 3 main voting methods: paper ballot with tabulators, internet/telephone voting, and vote by mail. And then we had given the history as to what had been happening in Madawaska Valley since 2006, which was the in-person as well as the mail-in voting. So we'd like to stay with the in-person, but change the vote by mail to internet/telephone voting. As usually we submit in May the decision as to how we will vote. I am requesting council direction to be able to bring the bylaw August 19th as to the method of alternate voting that council will proceed with.
Okay. Yeah, I think we have to make a decision. Now, this has been at the table here when Mayor Wilmer was here, and he brought this recommendation to council with internet, telephone, and tabulators and so on. And at that point there, I was not comfortable because I didn't know too much about it. I've done a little bit of research, and I'm also looking at some of the other communities: Petawa, Renfrew, McNabb, Braeside, Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, and so on. They're getting into that system, and I think we should get into what the technology is going to offer us. I think it'll give a lot of opportunities to the folks that are seasonal, and it doesn't matter where they are, they can vote. They all need a PIN number, so yeah, if you're concerned about security and so on, once you vote online, you are then taken off the list. You already have voted, and also coming in to vote manually. Is that something that is also part of that, right? Because they would have the electronic, and they can do that at their leisure, or if someone who is not connected to the internet, they will obviously receive a PIN number in the mail, and from there they can personally walk right into the voting booth and vote just like the good old days. And so I think that those two options are fine by me. One thing is the tabulator. I do like the idea of the tabulator because we're going to be more efficient as far as counting the votes and so on. We were, I think, up at 2 o'clock in the morning and to get the results. Well, I don't think we have to wait that long. Now, as far as the tabulator, Madam CEO, are other township, we're working with other townships with this? Yeah, go ahead.
So if I may, so the RFP that I was able to join, so basically it was internet, telephone, tabulators, and then you decide what it is that you require. I had advised at the time that we had not selected internet, telephone, but we had decided that we probably would be using a tabulator regardless. So I didn't want to lose sight of that. So what the cost and the agreement that is there, that one includes, that cost of $18,000 includes internet, telephone, and the tabulator, the training, the creation of the ballots that go out, but it does not include postage. And that's the same with mail-in voting. Our cost analysis that we had at the time would include the voter view, but it would not include the Canada Post. That was a separate cost. The only difference with internet voting is you mail out the PIN. They don't mail you anything back. So you save the cost of the 5,000 or however many eligible voters get a card. So when they come into the office, it's no different than the provincial and federal. I get a card in the mail that says I can go to the booth and I can go and vote. They get their PIN, they bring their PIN. Same as if I didn't get my card in the mail, I would come in and say I didn't get my PIN, and then we would reissue a PIN. So what it does is when you reissue the PIN, it cancels the PIN that was issued. And so votes would be doing training at all 9 municipalities at the same time. We all have online support as well as support the day of the vote, that there is somebody that is going to be available to assist as well. And then there had been questions about the voters list. So the one change, and I identified it in my report, is that MPAC is no longer going to be giving us the voters lists. And that was identified by legislation in 2024, that Elections Ontario, it's going to be a different portal and it's not coming from MPAC. Staff have been working since 2024, taking training as well as zone updates. And Calvin and Deputy Clerk previous to him, as well as myself, go on anytime there's a death that's registered, so that, and we're keeping our voter view database as well as updating the provincial database. The provincial database is what they use for, it's the same one that they use for the provincial and for the federal election. The information is only as good as what is in there. So if somebody passes away and it's not updated, then yes, they ended up on the voters list as was identified previously. The thought is that because the repository, the information that is kept in that database includes changes to your driver's license, changes to your health card and whatnot. So thinking that the accuracy will be greater. But it's only as good as voters registering to make sure they're on the list. So the messaging is the same. So when we were doing mail-in voting, we were saying, please call the office to check to see if you're on the list. And we start that early. You have, the 16 months to say, come and check if you're on the list. I went on the portal to check if I was on the list myself, and it was fairly easy to verify that I'm on the list. I went to see some of the other platforms that we can promote so that people go out there early to ensure the accuracy of the voters list, and that seems to be working. It does show that we've already had some individuals in Madawaska Valley that have gone on to make sure that they're on the list. If they fixed that they weren't on the list for provincial election, it's fixed for the municipal election. If they weren't on the list for the provincial or federal election, they still won't be on the list unless they go on and check their information. So we can do our part in getting that message out through our taxation. We have in our newsletter, we're going to be going out again to ensure that people know to check. We'll have assistance here to be able to help those that don't know how, that may be needing a little bit more help. I did want to take note that I do think that council did receive correspondence yesterday, identifying some concerns about moving forward with this type of voting, and just so that council is aware that there has been some objection to that, and I believe Ray Stanley had forwarded an email. So just so that you're aware that you have received that correspondence. So I'm not sure if there's anything else on that I can assist with, other than to say we need to select the voting methods so that I can bring forward the bylaw, because the clock is starting as to when we start to do our reviews. I want to be able to give messaging out in the taxes as to the type of voting that we will be doing, so that we can assist in that transition.
I agree. I think we need to take care of business today, whichever way it is. Everybody knows how I feel, but again, it's up to council to decide which way we're going to go, because, and it gives staff some leeway and direction to go forward. Yes, Councillor Blank.
Thank you to the chair. Yes, thank you for all the information. I too have been trying to go through all the different ways of doing the voting, and we don't want to suppress voting. So I think that if we start looking to the future, and the presentation given by the CAO through all of this, and also through Brittany when she was here as well, that it's important that we allow and have 100% accessibility to all voters. Whether it is by telephone, 24 hours a day, internet, 24 hours a day. So you're not restricted to voting here at the township office between 8 and 6 or whatever. It also will reduce the number of staff required at the end process when it comes to tabulating votes, because we will be using a tabulator machine. I firmly believe this is the right way to go, and I think this is a good time to test it, to see if it is valid. And yes, there are people that have concerns, but I think that has all been addressed, and I would support that, and I am ready to move for internet, telephone, and tab, as well as in person.
In person, yeah. Okay, Madam CEO.
In fairness to council's apprehension, I went through the 2022 reports that we get from DataFix, the question of who is a resident and who's not a resident. And so I had attached under 12.1.2, so the one that was showing the eligible voters was 5,000, let me find it here. 5,800. Of the 5,800, 2,372 are non-residents. So it's attached. It's one of the second slide, I think, and it shows that. So it showed that there was 2,372 that have their name on a tax roll, or are paying a tax bill, or are a tenant, or a leaseholder. There's 2,372 that do not reside in our municipality.
Yes, Councillor Black.
Just a further comment. It's up to the individual to check their status, to see if they're on the voters list, and to make sure. So it's important that I see that MPAC is not doing that anymore, that it's in our hands now. So I think that's a better way of doing it, so we know our municipality, we know our people. But it's also up to individuals to say, for example, the last election, my 3 sons were still on the list. Well, I took them off because they're not here, they're not interested, and that's the way it should be. So I think it's up to every voter to make sure that, okay, if I have 6 kids on the list, well, none of them are here anymore, well, why should I have them vote for something like this? If they reside here, it's a totally different story. So a lot of it goes back to the individual voter as well, whether they are a renter and don't pay taxes, but they rent. I think it's still up to them to get on the list. And I believe that MPAC did their best, but I think we can do it best locally through the staff here. Thank you.
And through the chair, to credit MPAC has been very strong and very cooperative and very supportive of the messaging. And if you check my assessment, my property, any communications coming out of MPAC, they are pushing the message. Go online and check to see if you're on the voting. We are not giving the voters list, but they are definitely assisting. They're at all of our zone meetings, showing that they too, whenever there's an address change or whatnot, are forwarding that to that repository, as well as us double checking that. So I think everybody is working cohesively to try to get that message out. But yes, it will certainly be the first year.
Okay, so I'd like to hear from the councillors. Which way do we want to go? Everybody's going to have their own angle on this here, but we do have to make a decision which way we're going to be going. Okay.
So you had a mover and a seconder.
Now, the thing, Councillor Micah.
So I have a couple of questions. So first of all, this was pitched originally as a cost saver. So I'm not seeing where the cost savings is. When you say that the last election cost $35,000 and we've got right now 33,000 in reserves, and
Yeah.
now you're saying we have to budget more. So I don't see where this method saves money. So that's number one. Number two, we had talked before, should this method be in place, there's an election day. There's not an election month, there's not an election week, it's an election day. I mean, that works at every level of government, it's election day. Unless there's an advance poll, it's an election day. So I don't see anything in here on that. And I am nervous about the technology. And I'll tell you why I'm nervous. And it's not about letters we've received about what happens in Europe. It's about what goes on in this office on a regular basis. We have our technology here is constantly going down and not working. So how do we, what are we doing with, so there's one thing to talk about an in-premise in theory. And one of the things I had said, so telephone, internet, like maybe one of the two, but no question in person. Because we have a lot of people in this community that will simply want to go on election day with a ballot in their hand and their own pen and drop it in a box. So where are the voting locations? I'm not seeing that. We should have one in Barry's Bay. There's the hall in Cumbermere. So, I mean, there's more information to be had here as well. I was never a big fan of the mail-in because I don't feel that it was that secure. All these ballots are going out, and I've seen some people throwing them in the garbage. So I do have concerns with that on the mailing out PIN numbers, 5,000 of them. So, I mean, these are some of my concerns. And I'd like those questions answered.
Yeah, one of the things too is, and I know it's not in the document here, but in person absolutely must happen. I think that would be done in the motion too, and make sure that is in there, because there's a lot of people that are not connected to the internet and don't have but they need to go, and they are also traditionals, right, voters, and
100%.
they must have in person, without a question. Madam CEO.
So just addressed a couple of them. So the in-person, of course, the locations would be, and that's why the bylaw comes after, based on this conversation. Want voting day only, want voting day and in advance. That would be in that bylaw, depending on council direction. Internet and telephone, the reason they're both together, and you don't need to be, is because the PIN number uses the same. It's one thing. It's not a PIN if you're using your telephone or a PIN if you're using the internet. It's the same software. So it gives them the opportunity to use either. When I asked those that have been doing it for the last 3 elections in Renfrew County, they're saying it's a very small percentage. It's like 10%. Some it's only 3% that have used the telephone. But it offers the same thing. So to say you can only use internet when technically it offers them the same thing to use the telephone, it's not
Well, I don't think we're taking
changing.
anything away
Yeah.
because, again, federal and provincial elections don't have 14 methods to vote. You
Yeah.
go to a polling station, you fill out a ballot. I'm fine with the tabulator for quicker counting, but again, I can only imagine, what if there were, 22 candidates on the ballot for one way? So what, you're gonna call, press 1 for Bill and 2 for George and 3 for Sue and oops, okay, how do I reverse this? How do I fix it?
Right.
Like, I see chaos with telephone, I do.
Yeah.
One thing with online, at least you're physically looking at it. One is going to assume you're clicking a box.
Okay.
But to remember that when you're pressing buttons, on a phone,
So
again,
fair enough, it could be intranet only, not
At
giving the
least it's a
capability.
visual, you
It just the
can
way it was
see it.
explained, yeah, and that makes sense, and just the way it was explained to me was, it's the same software. So if you just say it's intranet only and not capable of telephone, then that is the way the bylaw would be written. As it pertains to, as it pertains to the location, like I said, that would be listed if it was, is there an advanced poll or not? Is there a need or not? As it pertains to the comment of, you don't like the, 10 days ahead. Since 2006, people have had 3 weeks ahead.
no,
Because
I
the
know, but
mail-in,
that's ridiculous.
I
Again, you've got
recall.
election day,
yeah,
not
but
election
the,
month.
and if I may, and the other reason for the 10-day is exactly for the same reason that you want to give everybody the opportunity to be able to vote. And if some vote ahead, then you don't have that congestion of your concern of the technology getting 5,000 at the same time and wanting to do it. So if people get their ballot on Tuesday and they say, I'm available today, I don't want to forget to vote, and they go online and they vote, then their vote is already registered. They're not waiting for at 8 o'clock for that vote to be tabulated with whoever came in the day of the vote. So it's the same
With
thing.
40 million people in the
Yeah.
country on one day. I'm just so shocked how we can push 40 million people through in one day, but we can't manage 5,000 here.
Yeah. Yeah, they do have advanced polls as well, and they have more than one station as well, right?
And I think in this case here is that there's so many polling stations across Ontario, Canada, whereas let's say in our situation, we have people that live here, might be seasonal or whatever, they live so far away. Well, that polling station is not in their community. And I think that's the big difference. So we really have to look at these people that pay taxes, and yet they're going to miss it because they're not going to be coming up or down to the Madawaska Valley. So now the one thing too is okay, as far as I don't know what the difference between the telephone and internet. It's still internet, right?
Yes.
But at the same time, if not comfortable with telephone, out she goes.
Yeah,
But I
'cause they're
think
both the same. They're both the same
Yeah.
system, so they get a pin. So it says it's only internet. Then I would say it's only good for internet.
So to me, internet in person. So far, this is what I'm hearing. Councillor Cebulski.
I'm sitting and listening to this. And we had it all figured out in the 50s and the 40s, and it was just perfect and worked like magic.
Mm-hmm.
So the pin, would that be a straight pin or a safety pin? So what if there's a massive electromagnetic storm the day before or the day of the election? Probably the chances are very slim. But I know, I accept technology. But when you have a system that's working well, why do you wanna change it? I can see the change for out of area residents, well, I can see that. But I have difficulty with this, and one of my difficulties is I know a lot of my older ex-patients, and, oh, my daughter voted for me on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And who did your daughter vote for? I don't know. That's true. Now, is this a true election, or are we degrading ourselves to Nicaragua, where it was 5 years ago? You know, or maybe the elections that are held in Russia, or maybe the elections that are held in Iran. You know, they're all fudged. Is this opening a big door to more fudging? By fudging, I mean, you know, I know we're all going to be literate with this eventually, if it doesn't blow up. But right now, there's quite a bit of fraud going on at election, believe it or not. Is that right? Is that wrong? Is that something we accept or something we ignore and overlook? I think anybody that could come to the poll should come to the poll.
And they still have that opportunity.
Yeah,
You still have the option, yeah.
yeah, should come to the poll. But those that can't come to the poll, usually they're, you know, IT literate enough to be able to vote from wherever they are, even if they're on vacation in France or Italy. That's my opinion. We had a perfect system years ago, and we're slowly destroying that system, unfortunately. In the guise of progress, possibly. I don't know. But progress has its benefits, yes, in voting out of area. But locally, I think everybody should be persuaded to come to the polls. It's different if you can, you know.
That's right. And that's the whole thing, Councillor Sapolsky, is that we went in and changed even from the 50s and 60s when we started mailing out votes and stuff. So that was a change. Now the next change is electronics and all that. But you know what? I think locally, I know for myself, I want to go in and vote online. But I'm here. I'm looking at the people that are not going to be here on that very day. They don't have a polling station in Cambridge or Toronto or Mississauga or Ottawa, right? And so this is what I'm looking at. So if we could have the two, to me it'll work out good. So, but at some point we're going to have to dive into technology. Madam CEO.
So just to ensure, to address your concern, so if the goal is to give more opportunity for them to come to the poll, then there should be an advance poll to give two opportunities. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's debatable as well.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes it's easier to just have one poll one day.
As staff, I say that is
Yes.
what we would prefer, because then you get ready for that one day. But I'm just,
I don't know. Either side has its benefits, I think, and downfalls. But the one that bothers me is several, and I have had several comments. You know, older people that come to the farm and discuss politics sometimes. They're not. And,
It's always going to be there.
yeah, and I purposefully ask them. It's like when we go up north, I say, where do you go when you're sick, or do you get health care? And we just, like, we can't see how lucky we are here.
yes.
Compared to other areas. I'm digressing, but the one that bothers me, even if there's one voter, that's fine. Now, we can accept that. But if it comes to 10, 20, 30, it may mean a different councillor getting.
Through the chair, just to address that point, there are also some very honest people. There were during mail-in voting, some people came in, I'm sorry that this wasn't mine, or, you know, here, she doesn't live here as a tenant anymore, and brought back. So it behooves us to take all of the blame on the municipality has to do this. The individual has to vote with their conscience, and if they're getting somebody's ballot or pin that's not theirs, the onus is on them as well.
Okay, so there you go, Councillor Sabowski. Well done. Councillor Poplinski.
Thank you. They're all good methods, but what's our goal? To get as many people hopefully to vote as possible? Are we doing that? I'm not so sure. I think we need to have this discussion because I have my own experience of voting from Hastings, from my other property. Horrible situation. Okay. And they had a tremendous drop off because there are people, I've been involved with computers. I got a little bit of a hearing issue, but most of the people today will not pick up a phone. They won't pick up a phone and order anything from Amazon, even if they could save money, because that's not what they do. The younger generation, absolutely. But we had a couple things that happened. They no longer opened the polls in Cumbernauld the last two elections. I had people come to me after the election. I got a real blast hell. How come you closed that poll in Cumbernauld? We went there for 40 years or 50 years. It's a nice thing. We go there, we say hello to our friends, we get to drop our paper in the box, we know exactly who we voted for. Whether they voted for me or not, that doesn't matter, but that is something, and I know we have them at Valley Manor, and I know we have them at the seniors building, and I know we have them here in Barry's Bay, and no poll in Cumbernauld. Okay, so that's just one thing to consider. Should we be doing that? Should we be in not to spend $1.50 or something on a stamp to send 2,300 people out of the area that live elsewhere? Some of these people up on Bark Lake and on the river and different places are paying hundreds and hundreds of dollars in tax. Big dollars, 25, $2.5 billion properties. And they're not going to get a ballot? How are they going to? And the other thing about a pill or a pin, and Joe touched on it, there's not a day goes by that I don't have some fraudster trying to reach me through my cell, through my computer, and they look like just the legitimate. It looks like an invoice from such a company that says, including the government, it says, oh, you want your $2,000 tax refund? Call us immediately. Those are all frauds, okay? And when I look at the system, let's not forget the people that are paying the taxes. And if we can reach out and get more people, it seems like when there's a big controversy going on, you get more people coming out, which I understand. But it's the very fundamental right that there's wars fought all over the world. And once you lose your ability to have an honest vote, if somebody can sit in a box and manipulate all those numbers, which they can, and I'm speaking now from an experience that I know of that happened in Venezuela, time after time. Okay? And it's happening in probably a lot. If they can do that, how can suddenly at 2 o'clock in the morning, thousands, and I'm talking about the big centers, thousands of people vote, whether it's in Toronto or in US, and all of a sudden everything just changes.
Right.
Just because somebody started punching some numbers. So let's not lose sight of the fact that we have an elderly population. And the other thing is the mail-in is, I think it's wonderful. However, when you look at it, I've had people say to me, after the election, I comment, oh, you never bothered to vote. Well, we voted. Yeah, we did. We don't. There's 4 of us. We put all the envelopes in the one, or all the ballots in the one envelope right away. You know where that goes. It goes in the garbage. So a lot of people thought they were doing us a favor by not, if they don't send it back, we don't have to pay that postage. And I've had people tell me that. And these are educated people. Said, no, we put all the envelopes in. No, I said, it says here you didn't vote. So I know what happened.
Yeah.
So I think we have to be I think we should continue with the mail-in, because I think that way you're gonna reach the tourists, the cottagers, and the ones that can't get to the poll. So this idea about having a poll, it was one there for hundreds of years. And for people now to, and some of the ones that have been going there, and it's still open for provincial and federal, but not for township. So think about those things, you know, and it's not all about the money. We have to save money, and we'll do it. However, there's certain things we gotta be extremely careful about, and that is one of them.
Madam CEO.
So all very good points. So to your point, doing the internet voting, they don't have the confusion with the envelope. They only get a pin, and they don't have to send anything back. They can go here, but they can come to the office.
With their pin.
Confusion.
Yeah, and so that should lessen the confusion, because
I had
it's
one
only
fellow tell me
one
he
card.
couldn't hear, and they were asking for something, and I mean, if you don't understand, you know where it goes? In the garbage.
Yeah.
And so they never got there. Suddenly they got a tax bill that's blowing them out of the air,
Right,
you know?
yeah.
Councillor Brink.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand everybody on this, and I agree with it. I think it would be good to have a poll in Cumbermere, but I think we also need to have an advance poll. And I think for those people that can't do it on the internet, they will still get their PIN number and can come in to an advance poll or the day of the election with their PIN number and get a ballot and vote. And that will alleviate a lot of the confusion and not hearing and everything else too. Having worked at Valley Manor for 41 years through many elections, it's very important for them to be able to vote, and it's important for them to have the ability to vote. But then we have to trust their family to help them too. And if we can't trust family, then we can't trust anybody. So I think the trust issue is not a major thing. I think it's just we have the necessary means for people to vote and the options to vote. And that's what we go with. And I like internet. Telephone I can do without. That's fine, because it is a totally different thing. You have to hear as well as see, which is difficult. But I also like the in-person and advanced, because you don't know sometimes if you're going to be around or not. You could get called away to family, something somewhere else, and you don't get a chance to vote. That has happened to a lot of people. But for those that really want to vote, I think we need to get the options out there for them. And so I would agree with those sections. But also, I think we have to look at people being vigilant and getting your name on the voters list and that. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Michael.
Sorry, just one more question as I think about how this can work. So pins are mailed out. I'll just use
Yes.
myself, for example. So
Yeah.
I get my pin, it comes whatever it looks like in an envelope or however I get it, and I've got my pin. Because this may have happened in the past with my voter cards for, I don't know, the federal or the whatever.
Okay.
So same idea. I got a card, it's got a number on it. But I want to vote in person. So obviously this card is going to come 2-3 weeks, whatever, you know.
Same as your ballot did.
People
Yep.
put mail on stacks, things get thrown around, whatever. I lose my card.
Yeah.
So I go the day of the election, I walk into the new Cumbermere poll we're going to have. I don't have my card. I don't have my PIN. So there is, I'm assuming there should be a list, the same as there's somebody goes down the list, Micah, here we go, vote it off, whatever.
You'll be given another number.
But what if I gave, okay, but here's.
You'll be given another number.
I would be given another number.
Yeah.
But what if my original, okay, so my PIN, okay, so what if I gave that card to Betty Sue that lives in Bancroft, or I don't care, wherever, Palmer Rapids, and on the day of the election, Betty Sue goes 594263 and whatever that PIN is.
Yep.
And I'm also at the same time going in there going, I've lost my card.
And when you come in, it'll say, "I'm sorry, Ms. Micah, you cannot vote. You've already voted."
That's right.
It will be already.
Because
So
it checks it off. It checks
Yeah,
it
don't
off
lose the PIN.
the data form.
Okay.
Valid PIN.
What if I vote first? What if I vote first
Yep.
in person?
When they try to register, and when you try to register your PIN, there's going to be an authentication question there about your date of birth or something as well.
I could give that person
No,
that
but
information.
so if you vote first, when they go online to vote, it'll say this person has already, this PIN has voted.
Yeah, that's it. You're off to,
You're actually off the list.
Because
I
if
think.
you come in and you say, I lost my PIN, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, or you don't need to tell me the number.
yeah.
And I go in and I say, so-and-so lost their PIN, I want to reprint a card with their PIN, then that number no longer can vote.
Okay, so let me give, I'm just
It's no
throwing out
different- it's no
alternate
different
scenarios,
than-
because I mean, literally, there was some confrontations going on at the senior center.
Yeah.
When I was in line to vote for the Ontario, they were mad because, anyway, whatever, I don't even know their issues, but. So what if my PIN is, like, what if somebody stole my PIN? What if somebody came into my house? Like, who the whole, you know, you don't know. What if it fell out as I'm getting in my car and I didn't know out of a stack of mail? And I go in to vote and they say, oh, sorry, Shelley, you can't vote because you've already voted.
Well, they
And
would
I
have had
say,
to know
"No,
your
I-
authentication, like
But I
to be able
haven't
to go
voted.
in.
You
Yeah.
know, I have, oh, yes, you have. It shows here that you voted. And I'm saying, no, I have not voted. What happens in that case? How
Well-
do we mitigate that?
Well, that person would have had to know in your like the other questions that you have to answer to be able to vote.
Well, there must be,
You know?
got to be more than just date of birth. That's pretty easy to find out somebody's, I mean, Facebook
Well, I'm not
will
sure
tell me-
exactly
tell-
what the
tell me
authentication
anybody
are,
how old I am,
but
like,
yeah.
you know,
So if you recall, sorry, through the chair. So if you recall, so with your mail-in voting, we had a bar scan. So you would come in and I would scan. So then that took it off voter view, and it does the same thing. So if somebody's in person, I scan it, it takes it off, so both registries know. But we in the office always have a hard copy that we also do this to, and then it's initialed and the date is, because maybe if you came in on Monday, I did it on Monday, that kind of thing. And so it works the same way. So if you vote on the internet, then the minute the poll closes, then I ask for my summary of who voted on there. At any time, when I do your barcode, if you're coming in the office, it will say you've already voted. If that person has already, that number has already been registered. It's the same as mail-in.
it's just,
Yeah.
here's the difference between that
Yeah,
and walking and not having that.
yeah.
And I understand, so taking out the fact that we have seasonal residents. I
Yes.
understand that, and absolutely they should have every right to vote, so that's not what this conversation is about. When you walk in, there's one way to vote and one way only. You gotta go, you fill out the paper, put it in
Yep.
the box, and that's the end of it. There's nothing else. That's secure. And then that box is sealed and opened and you're counting. When you talk about the old system, and we've always had seasonal residents here. Prior to amalgamation, everything, anybody seasonal had the option to request a ballot, right? I don't live here, I don't permanently live here, and they could request a ballot. So they weren't, no one ever couldn't not vote. So that's, you know, again, and this is prior to technology. No one was ever not allowed to vote unless you were an American, right? You had to be a Canadian citizen.
Well, you you do away with the people that have died and that have voted and gets counted, and in the bigger areas, there's a lot of it, okay? Especially where you have an organization that's doing it. And I don't think we have that big concern here, but it is a bigger problem in a bigger city, you know? But, once again, I mean, roughly how many ballots would you have made out? I know there was a few
It was
people.
over 5,000.
Okay.
So when we did mail out, and it would be the same with internet, we have to complete the list, certify the list that we deem that is the voters list. After we've done the checks and all the balances, compared it to the work that we're presently doing, compared to the address changes and all that stuff. Once we certify that that is the list, then that list tells me how many ballots I have to send. The cost is when we did mail out voting, you still have to have ballots here with a code in case somebody loses it, they don't get it, there's wrong information, it has to be reprinted. So we still had to have over 1,000 just in case. Extra. Whereas
And how
with the
many
internet voting.
How many would you have used?
Oh, it was quite a few. I think we've only used about maybe, I'd have to go back. I don't want to use a number, but I'd say maybe under 100. But then the year, like the one before was maybe 400. So you don't know, because I can't reorder it midway. And so, to the comments of, well, can people not just call in and say, I just want you to mail me a ballot? I have to, or if I do mail in, then I have to do mail in for 5,000 people. I have to order that code for everybody. And am I going to have an alphabetical box saying, well, Jimmy wants his, so I'm going to mail him, but I'm not going to mail the other ones because they're going to come in person, So council either needs to decide we're doing what we were doing, which was mail-in voting and in person, or internet voting and in person. Or you're not going to consider the seasonal and you're just going to come to the poll the day of. That's the decision.
Somebody came
Okay.
to vote and they didn't have their
They say I lost it, we would do the same
would
as we
print
did.
another one.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
How many of those did you print? roughly?
I don't remember, I'd have
You
to
don't
look.
have to keep track?
Yeah, no, we do. Oh, yes, you do. For everyone that you do, I have to say what's
You can
reprinted.
appreciate in a bigger area how
Oh,
that
yes,
goes very, very
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're not near that. We're not gonna get into
No.
that.
Okay.
It's, anyway, I'm all in favor of, very, definite no on the phone-in thing.
Okay.
Okay.
So here's what we're going to do, because we need to make a decision. That's what Madam CEO wants. I'm going to put a motion on the table, and hopefully we'll get a seconder. I think we've had enough discussion, and my motion is going to read that we do the internet, of course the tabulator, and in person, and advanced polls. And then from there, that is the, pardon?
It says you're going to vote next week, right? That this is discussion.
Excuse me, but we're making decisions at this table right at this moment. If we can make a decision at a table, we are going to do it.
The public is waiting for next week.
The,
That's what you said.
Did you want
the,
to?
we got voted by the public to make decisions, and we are going to make it now if we can. So, if you don't mind, just leave it in our court. We have to deal with it. So what's going to happen here is the motion, can you read that?
So what I'm hearing is that council and committee recommends to council of the Corporation of the Township of Madawaska Valley to approve the use of in-person and internet voting methods with the addition of a purchasing vote tabulators for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that council and committee direct staff to bring the final bylaw to the upcoming regular council meeting to authorize the alternative voting method as required by the Municipal Elections Act as amended, Section 42, and that it shall include a, what did you say? No.
Internet?
Advanced voting.
Advanced
poll.
polling and in person, yes.
Yeah, so I have the in-person with the advanced poll.
Need to say about polling station.
Well, that would be in the bylaw. Yeah,
In the bylaw?
yeah,
Okay, but as long as that doesn't get missed.
yeah, yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to move that motion. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Blank? And we've had this, no.
Just,
yeah,
I
go
just want to
ahead.
make sure I understand
yes,
as well
go ahead.
what you just said there. So what we're saying, we all agree no phone.
No phone.
That's it. We will have an advance poll.
Yeah,
So one, like I'm assuming an advance poll would be a Saturday, Sunday. A Saturday, like let's be clear, so we're gonna have one advance poll. That
Okay.
would be what, the Saturday before the election? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know,
Well, I
yeah.
don't know when election
When-
is. Is
when-
it a
It's-
Thursday?
it's October 26th.
Yeah, but I
26th,
don't know
I
what
think.
day of the week that is. Is that Monday or is that?
Let me, I don't have my date.
Do we have to be that specific right now with this? Or can that come up?
Well, it would be in the bylaw. You'd be able to amend the
Because
the date of the
typically an
bylaw.
advance poll is on a weekend, right? Because people are working and stuff, so. Yeah, so one advance poll. And we would set up a polling station the day of, one in Cumbermere, one in Barry's Bay, probably here.
Well, no, actually with the tabulators, so if you want to do an advanced poll, I would suggest the advanced poll be at a location and then the poll be at another location.
I'm sorry,
Because,
say again?
because if I'm setting up two different polls at two different locations, if you recall in my report, so the cost included two tabulators. if I'm doing that, then I'll be staying with that. My report said we were assessing if we needed 1 or 2 tabulators. So that clarity needs to, are you saying 2 at the same time as opposed to?
What do you mean? Like, I'm talking about, okay, so we're doing.
So I'm
advanced
talking
poll.
the day of the vote.
Correct.
The voting day should be here.
Well,
all
no,
day.
the day, and we're saying that on like a normal election day.
Yep.
That you could go to wherever we decide in Barry's Bay, whether that's here, the senior center, the arena, take our pick of buildings in Barry's Bay. So anybody can go there, or you could go to the hall in Cumbermere
Okay.
on election day.
So that's 2 tabulators.
Yeah,
So
that would
may,
be 2
may I
tabulators.
suggest that if we
Or
want to
the
do the 2
votes,
location, that
or-
one location is the advanced poll, and then the other location is the day of the poll.
Only one location on the day of the poll?
Yeah, like, but do an advanced poll either location.
So can you not use the advanced polling tabulator for election day as well?
Yeah, I can ask.
Because that would only make sense, like how many, can we not, if we have an advanced poll and it's at the arena or at the senior center?
Yeah,
for one
'cause
day, can we not use that same
Yeah.
tabulator election day here at the town office?
Well, I don't know
Or
about the
Cumbermere?
moving, what I have to move with it for this, that's what I'm
Well, yeah,
saying.
so
Like,
could
that's
you
what I have to find
yeah,
out.
Would you
Yeah.
find out? Because it only makes sense that you wouldn't, some of these places do not have 16 tabulators.
Yeah, and I don't know about the internet in Cumbermere. So that's why I was thinking like it'd be advanced poll, but,
Okay.
okay.
So more
Okay,
information
I
to
will-
find.
Yeah, okay. So we want advanced poll.
Yes.
Are you saying 2 different polls the day of the election?
No, I
Okay.
think one, like I
Okay,
think, you
one
know, again, I go
location,
back
but-
to the federal and the provincial election. The senior center is for a weekend, for an entire
Yeah.
weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever. Actually, long weekend this year, I think.
Yeah.
They did it over Easter weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Or Thanksgiving or whenever it was.
Easter.
Thanksgiving.
I mean, it was at the senior center.
Yes.
Right? And then election day was at the senior center. They were using the
And that's
tabulator.
why I say they didn't move.
Right. So
And that's
one
why I'm
could
saying
yes.
it was in one location.
Well, then
so-
maybe instead of using the municipal office, we use the senior center.
Yeah, okay.
People know that's the
Yeah.
place to go in Barry's Bay to vote anyway. Like, it's a very, very simple thing that people know to go there.
Right.
So there'd be there, and then the hall in Cumbermere would be your second voting location.
Just as long as you can still use advanced and polling day seniors on tabulator with the same tabulator.
Okay, I'll just.
Like, I know in the past, the one in, before there were tabulators, you know, you were voting, and those went into a sealed voting
Yes.
box, and they were sealed, and they were driven, that box was
Yes.
driven and
Yeah.
out to Barry's Bay to be
Put in the
opened,
safe.
yes, and to be opened and then counted. It was all very, so there's ways to do this, to
Yeah.
allow the
And that's why I say the day of the poll would like to have just one
Mm-hmm.
location, the day of the vote, because then that's the only one that's giving you the numbers. I'm not waiting for numbers from 2 different tabulators. So if there's advanced polling, then that result it gets loaded up then the day of the vote.
No, but see, now we're talking exactly the opposite.
Yeah,
We're saying one advanced poll
Yes.
would be in Barry's Bay at the senior center, because that's where everybody knows
Yep.
to do that already, right? Like, for years, people have been doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
advanced polls in
The
senior.
day of, like, actual election day, people have the choice to go to the senior center. We don't need them to come here. They can go back to the senior center. That's the voting location. Or they could go to the hall in Cumbermere and vote. Like, how do we make that happen?
Voting day.
On voting day, on actual election day.
okay,
And
I
then
have
the
to.
only other question is, when do we open up for internet voting? Because internet voting, you don't require an advanced internet vote. Like,
No.
you could be flying on an airplane to China.
Yeah, it would
and
be 10 days is what they say. It's open for 10 days from the time, 10 days prior to.
That's
is-
excessive in my opinion. To be able to have internet voting for 10 solid days, I disagree with that. That's ridiculous.
when-
Why do you need 10 days to vote online?
When is the advanced poll? Is that a week or 2 weeks before?
Well, it would be on a Saturday or Sunday
The-
before.
Before. So that's when maybe the internet, I mean, it's basically, they're voting on that day in advanced polls.
Yeah,
so
I
why
don't
not
get the,
on the
I don't
internet?
know who is suggesting, like, this company, why would they say internet voting, you have 10 solid
Because
days of
that's
a window
what-
to vote?
Because that's what they've always done for the last however
I
many
think it
years.
should be election day only. You
That's
can't
all-
make it, you vote on election
But
day.
that's also mail-in ballots, you had all that time, 10 days,
Yes.
didn't you, to mail in your ballots too? So
Yeah,
Well, that was
it was
because
the
of
same
Canada
thing.
Post.
Yeah.
Well, about,
Same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's to make sure, what if they get their ballot early, what if they get their ballot, still Canada Post, I'm still mailing out a ballot, right?
Okay,
So,
so we're refining the motion.
okay, so you have, so I'm just looking for the direction on here so that I can get back to council on this part here, how that will do. So you're saying to include 2 locations on voting day and 1 advance poll. Okay, so you have your motion with the amendment, and that the bylaw include details of the 2 locations, the 2 voting locations on voting day, and the dates for the advance poll. That?
Mhm.
Okay. So I did have.
You are going to.
I had a mover,
Yeah,
Shoelist
I
and
moved
Blank.
it and Counselor Blank seconded. Are you okay with the motion, Counselor Blank?
yes.
Okay.
So then if you want to call the question.
If there's any questions on this matter here, does anybody at the table?
I raised some questions of concern about the internet voting. And it's probably perhaps my own lack of understanding it, but if there's a situation where someone along the way can manipulate numbers on that computer, because it all goes into a computer, then I have some real concerns, okay? And I never used to be very paranoid about this, but my son is a computer engineer. Works for a company out of Quebec. Several of their employees are over at the Mint. They're working there. It's all hush-hush. There are things that I cannot talk about, okay, that he won't even share some with me, but other stuff that I've found on the net and I could put 1, 2 together and figure out. But there's more manipulation going on than what people realize. Okay. Looks all pretty honest up front, but hey, if your election is going to be a fraud from the beginning, and the chances in a small town like this, and I trust the people here, but if there's somebody else involved in this thing, whether it's some company from somewhere that's doing the money, you mentioned this other system, I don't know anything about them.
And see, it's the same thing as we had the barcode. This would be a barcode, same thing,
Same thing, yeah.
scans, except it was going to, another
I wouldn't want
company.
to be. I wouldn't want to be part of it if there was something happened
Yeah,
and it became polite.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when we look at including internet voting, is it really imperative that we do that? I know for a fact the older people won't do it. That's not
Yeah.
going to happen. The majority, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay? And I think we're covering a lot of our bases and trying to open it up and having a
More
little
in
more
person.
opportunities. So the ones, I had people that had cottages here. They went back to Toronto or London, wherever they were, their ballots were sitting there after the deadline. They couldn't vote. They could have come to the hall.
Right.
And they thought, well, don't have a ballot, can't vote.
Yeah,
So
and
they
we
did.
do reprint ballots, either
So
for
that is
both.
a problem,
Yeah,
but if there's 2,300 people out of town, we do have to send them that. I think.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely,
We
yeah.
do that in all fairness. So other than that, I'm
Yeah.
in for whatever you wish to do. If you want internet voting, hopefully you have a good grasp of how it works. And
We hear your concerns. Yeah, so we do have I don't know if there's any more discussion on it. I think we have hashed it out pretty good. So I'm going to ask all in favor. Okay, looks like it is passed.
Okay.
And so what's going to happen now, Madam CEO? You're going to make up a
Prepare the
bylaw?
prepare the bylaw.
Prepare a bylaw
for
for,
the next meeting.
for a next meeting, and that's where we're going to
Yes.
approve. Okay, thank you very much.
And so through the chair for the next report is the agreement with VOTS, and that is the draft agreement to allow me to bring a bylaw to council with the details that I need about the tabulators and how we plan to do it.
Right.
So I can get those responses on advanced polling, day of the poll.
Perfect.
So
But
that's
still,
what that
we
is.
haven't confirmed on the time frame of voting on the internet. I will not agree to 10 days. That is
Well, I
utterly
can
insane.
ask those questions.
If the polls open at 9
Yeah.
o'clock, the day of the election, if the
Yeah.
polls open at 9 and they close at 9, then the internet opens at 9 and it closes at 9, period. Not 10 days, for the internet vote. That's ridiculous.
Well, I think the
They
whole
can
point.
log on the day of election day in Ontario and they
Hey,
can vote.
I
They
have no
don't need
problem.
to do it 5 days before.
Yeah, and I think,
I have no
and
problem.
I'll ask for the justification, but in my mind, if somebody has the opportunity to do it because they're going for surgery that day, or they're not going to be there, or something is happening, you're giving them the opportunity to vote, and then your votes are already recorded, and you're not bringing everything in on the
I'm
same
only
day.
going so far with it because
But-
I'm not even comfortable
Yeah,
with it in the first
yeah.
place. And to allow people 10 days for that portal to be open
Yeah.
is asking for trouble.
Okay, so I will get clarification on
Get all that
Yeah.
together, because we have 2 weeks, once it comes in,
Okay.
we'll be able to kind of fine tune it at that point.
Okay, so through the chair, that recommendation is that council approve the CAO clerk to sign the amended agreement with VOTS in the amount of 18,101.13, knowing that the amendment will be probably a little bit less than that, for the provision of internet alternative voting system and support services, design and printing of voter information letters, and the provision of paper ballot tabulators and related services for the 2026 municipal election. And I did remove the word telephone from that resolution.
Okay,
So I need a mover and a second.
so
for that.
mover, Counselor Blank, seconder, Counselor Micah. All in favor? That is carried. Okay, so we're finished with that one there?
Yes.
As we have no correspondence or information, unfinished business, regular council portion of the agenda, confirmation of the minutes. This is about the regular council meeting minutes of June 17. So the recommendation that the regular council meeting minutes of June 17, 2025 be approved as presented. Mover, Counselor Blank, seconded by Counselor Poplinski. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. We're now, I don't know if there's any new business? Seeing none, we'll continue. Bylaws. So, 17.1, being a bylaw to regulate the appointment, duties, and remuneration, sure that's easy for me to say, of township officers and staff for 2025. Bylaw, being a bylaw to regulate the appointment, duties, and
Remuneration?
Well, sure, that's easy for you to say. The township officers and staff of, for 2025 pending PDF. What does that pending?
No,
PDF.
that was just the attachment was pending to be uploaded at the time of the
Okay,
printing.
okay. So I need a mover and a seconder. Mover, Counselor Blank, a seconder. I don't see a seconder on this bylaw. Okay, Counselor Poplinski, any discussion on this bylaw? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. The next one, being bylaw 2025-66, being a bylaw to implement a new six-step wage grid for the township officers and staff to regulate the appointment, duties, and remuneration of township officers and staff, pending PDF. And I need a mover. Mover is Counselor Blank. Seconded is, no, I don't, I'm going to second that. Any discussion? All in favor? That is carried.
Okay.
Okay, now, what we've got here is any business arising from the minutes. Do I have that correct? 6. Yes, I do. Okay, now we're coming to this. This report is in-camera session. Now, in this closed session, a recommendation that the meeting enter into camera session at 3:42 to discuss matters pertaining to personal matters about a identifiable individual, including municipal or local board members, employees, and litigation and potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board, and the technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in the conference of the municipality or local board which is disclosed could reasonably be accepted to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiating of a person, group of person, or organization under the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 C25 S 239 brackets 2 brackets B bracket E and bracket I. And we have two bullet points here: municipal contract obligation, capacity engineering file status, and number 2, human resource update June 23rd, closed matters outstanding. And I need a motion to go into closed. Councillor Blank. Second. Councillor Micah. All in favor? That is carried. We are in back in open. Okay, so we're out in the open again.
Recording stopped.
And what we've done in closed in camera was approving the minutes of June 17, 2025, and also the Human Resource Committee meeting minutes of June 23rd, 2025. And we gave staff direction under new business, which is 5.1 and also 5.2. And there we go. We've taken care of that. And we are now back into confirming bylaw. That bylaw 2025-67 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of Township Madawaska Valley at the Council and Committee meeting of August 6th, 2025 be read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed on this 6th day of August 2025. Mover, Councillor Poplinski, seconded by Councillor Micah. All in favor? That is carried. And of course, adjournment. Recommendation that council and committee meeting adjourn at 4:38. Need a motion? Councillor Blank, Councillor Sobolski. All in favor? Okay, we are finished. Thank you very much, everyone. It was a long day, but we pulled it off. Thank you.
Thanks.